All right, Upduck, as it currently stands. Let's see if my controller wants to connect today. It connected last night. Oh my god, it connected. Never get to put the background back in? Nope. Also, my jump viewer is going to be on too. I should turn that off actually. Now, the background's not going to happen again until we've got a full build. Otherwise, I just click on it and it's frustrating. Yeah, so right now we're going to look like this. Yeah, let's turn those off. That's worth doing right quick. My jump previews. But I'm definitely going to need more people to play it than ever, man. So you're saying, do you only allow things to exist when they're convenient for you? Yes. When they're inconvenient, they don't get to exist. So there's first off, this beginning part, I think that I need to take a look at it and redo. Because right now, it makes it, there's not a single jump that you can just jump to. You have to jump and flap to all of them. Oh, I forgot how easy the blue ones are. They're so easy that they're hard. Although maybe it's good to teach the mechanic right away. I don't know. Teach about the ice right away. Only right side. This is a new one. Well, time ticking. And these yellow ones are now set to easier than the previous yellow ones were. The noise on the sideways push is nice. The doing. I'm gonna wait on this one. Oh, I missed. I tried to look up. Oh god. Oh no. Oh boy. Back here. The ice ones should have icicles so that they are easy to differentiate between those and the other ones. That is a thing that's going to be coming. Hey, KB3D, welcome on in. Good to see you. The circle bumper things make you look like they want to praise the sun. The circle bumper thingies? The like pinball things? I think I made that jump sound early when I... Jason Story, welcome on in. Whew. Whoop. All right. Huh. Hit. Huh. Boy, that red one's so rough if you're not ready for it. So rough if you're not ready for it. All right, and then this from right here is where we've got. That's what we have so far. Not sure why it's going to get OG Newgrounds vibes. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. So that's the right side. Let's drop down and feel out the left side. Oops. Remember Flash games? I definitely do. Yeah, I got to make it so that these beginning jumps are a little easier. Oh, did I really not make that? All right. Also, I need to have a jump button, or excuse me, a run button on keyboard. Or, oh my gosh, I just said everything wrong. I need to get a run button while not on keyboard. There you go. Yeah, this side's probably harder. But it makes it so hopefully it's not as repetitive, because you can go up different ways. Such is the thought anyway. But I need more people to play it. Is some ticker ticking? There was for a minute. Right, Jody? So. That was the ticker there. I feel like the ice platforms need a land crunch as well. Interesting. That is worth writing down. Yeah, different landing sounds for all of them. E.g., ice platforms should sound crunchy. That's good feedback. That's a good feedback. Thank you, Jason. All right. Invisible platform. Whoop. Oh, okay. I just got the bug. Damn it. Oh, all the way to the bottom, huh? Yep. KB3D Chris, how you doing? I feel like the timer and the invisible need to be communicated better on how they work. Adding a visual timer for the timer or having an invisible see-through. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Well, see, the problem with having the number on them is that different ones are set to different times. I'll have to ponder that. But I don't mind that you have to figure it out. In the same way that the first time you step on an ice platform, you might be expecting a regular platform. If you've never played the game, don't know anything about it, and then it gives way, and you're like, oh, fuck me. But then you know. So I don't know. My poor updeck has been better. Are you checking out the updeck game? I'm interested in anybody's thoughts. I admit I'm partial to classic to I admit I'm partial to classic circle in the center of the button platform. Or just hit fill it for release timers. That tells you that something has started, and that gives you a rate sense without needing too much details. Yeah, so having like a circle on the thing and then having that tick down could work. I'd have to figure out how the fuck to do that. That's good feedback. Timer platforms gonna have a light in the middle of them that ticks down like a clock after activation. To show that they are a timer. That's not bad. That's not bad. Part of the danger is not knowing when they'll disappear. And that's certainly true. It just depends on how much I want to communicate. What I can do is work on that version, and if I end up not liking it, we can scrap it. That little tiny ice platform doesn't need to be a tiny ice platform. Also, these could be a little bit closer together. All right, here we go. Whee! And then boing. Oops. Well, anyway, that's the end there. Not gonna lie, the invisible path you make visible with the button, I would immediately start looking for something to hold the button down instead of assuming that the platform's still there. That's interesting. Like the float gives a good sense of control, and course correction will see if it's keeping tricking enough. Good. Huh. Good. Yeah, the flapping. All right. Let us keep on working. I'm going to turn my jump preview thingies on. Move my ducky up. Okay. Awesome. Love that. I love what just happened. Plus, watching your slow fall as you hold the button when you know you're missing. It has a fun sense of futility that makes for great humor and panic. Yeah. For sure. Good. That's good. The invisible, oh wait, it's gone. Which is why having it be see-through when visible might communicate it's better. Oh! Interesting. I mean, that would be super easy to do. Some ideas for a story and some visual notes if you'd like. Yeah, absolutely. I currently have no ideas for a story. The duck must go up. That is the story that I have. All right. I can skip the song now. No, it's almost done, but whatever. Still has a minute yet. The danger to see through is that it also telegraphs ephemeral with a risky proposition about. Yeah. Like you wouldn't know if you could be able. Because the problem is that there's other platforms later that turn see through, and when they're see through, you can't jump on them. Where was that one tiny one that I was like, that doesn't need to be tiny? There's this one right here. You don't need to be tiny. Let's fix that. Life can be quackers. Quackers. I don't know where to put this. I'm trying to keep this all organized, but there's so many objects. Maybe the story is that at the top he gets his wings for real, so you're able to fly at the top with a nice cathartic reward through the credits. That ain't bad. Migration time. The flock has already started to take off. You live in the countryside and you can see your family already high in the sky and headed south. You're not the strong flyer, but you must go up to get the best take off you can for this time to reach. I feel like this could be conveyed in a couple panels. Damn Claw, I'm going to copy that down too. Cool. All right. So this is the old end right here. Oh, you know what I've got to do, actually? I've got... Oh, I didn't actually make the plat. Damn it. Empty. Okay. Now we gotta try to select everything so far. Perfect. Very good. There we go. All right. First level countryside, farm, forest, windmills, trees. Second level city concrete. Goal is the top of the skyscraper. Final level mountain, climbing rocks, sticky surfaces. Right, we have right now. What are the themes in the like sections? Currently, there's not like themes necessarily. Really, once you get, there will eventually be more like themes, and the different things will have different skins almost. So like. The idea, hold on, let me read everything you guys said and then I can. Something is, Jason, sorry, if you had not seen the background as yet, the idea is going to be you start off in a forest, and as you get higher up, the vertical parallax gives you from trees to then the trees are going to give way to mountains, or the trees are going to give way to buildings, which are going to give way to mountains, which are going to give way to space and the sky. So like right now, these are the like wooden windmills, right? Once you get higher up, there might be more of a metallic windmill. And then once you are back up in space, these are almost going to look like satellites. So to give a sense of like how far you've gone. That's the current thought and idea. But as it stands right now, I'm just sort of playing around with different ideas and concepts. Having different little sections. I have the old level from over here. If you want to try out the previous prototype, you can do !UpDuck, and that'll send you to itch.io where you're able to play the game if you want. The previous version. I was thinking like 3 different levels, so a fall doesn't take you back to the forest, just the last checkpoint. Nope, fall can take you all the way back to the forest. That's how we're currently playing it. And then this is going to need a start offset of 1.125. And we'll see if that is workable or if that's going to be obnoxious. All right. As soon as this loads. Oh, yep. I already fucked myself up. Dev cheat. Try this again. They shouldn't be. I guess they would be. Okay. That will work fine. I can already see this game eventually getting a level builder mode. That'd be interesting. That'd be a level of coding that I have not even touched. So I'll try taking a look at that. I mean, realistically, I could make this game in Super Mario Maker. Now that you mention it. Only wouldn't quite be able to go as vertical. It's not a genre I play much because I'm very bad at them. I mostly just like the game dev and design process. Always interesting to see other people's workflows and the tools used. Yeah, 100%. All right, here we go. And it's off, and jump. And jump. And jump. Perfect. Cool. DK loves these games. I don't, actually. What's interesting is I don't like platformers or rage games. But I did want to come up with a platformer rage game that I enjoyed playing. It's not that I don't like platformers. It's that I'm not very good at platformers. I know that people like to tell me that I am, but... All right, so... what should we have come after these? Did I just delete that and I'm not able to undo it? Oh, that's not what I thought I was doing. That's not what I thought I was doing. I thought I was... Oh my god. Be better. Reminder to save source control regularly. Yeah. I should do that right after this. And then we need a new collider on the damn thing. Oh my fuck. Shit, I fucked up that real bad. Polygon collider. Perfect. Yep, that's exactly what I want it to be. Yeah. Stupid, dumb.
Is that a new subscriber I see?
Nifla, thanks for gifting us Subaru Jason Story.
Nifla gifted a tier 1 sub to Jason Story. They have given 503 gift subs in the channel.
503! Crazy lady. And now I'm going to have to put those capsule colliders around it again. Oh, fudge. I just got the windmills in a spot that they were good. And I thought that I had an extraneous save file, but the save file was still in, or not save file, the prefab. The prefab was still in the other one. And I didn't goddamn realize it. Even asked me. I just clicked through it like an idiot. Redoing work we've done. Redoing work we've done. Ain't nothing like redoing work you've done. Just when you think you're done, you gotta redo the work you've done. Is there no way to copy collisions from another object? No, because I deleted essentially all of the windmills. Because I deleted the prefab. Technically, I made a prefab inside the prefab, and I was like, that's not how I want that to work. So then I deleted it. Whoops. There is ways to copy the collisions from another object. That object doesn't exist anymore. Remember when I first used Unity and didn't understand prefabs? I dragged it into Project View, then deleted the prefab, and now the scene instance. Didn't understand the relationship, lost 5 hours of a level. Nikes. Now I gotta try to put this back at approximately what it was at. It's been 12 years. I hope I've learned better. Good for you, man. I'm just starting this. I'm on like week 3. Not going to automatically work for me, huh? Hello? Oh, I've got to reverse those numbers. Kind of odd. All right. Trigger. Yay, you've got windmills again. I used to help out writing code on Reddit at the start of the Oculus VR days. Snowballed to contracting. They made enough to quit the 9 to 5 to do it full time. Been 75% Unity ever since. Good for you, man. I'm jealous. Like I said, I'm just starting this. I had been dabbling in C# code with StreamerBot, and then found out that Unity used C#, and I was like, let's play around. And so I looked up a tutorial on how to make a Flappy Bird. So I made a Flappy Bird, and then this is the second thing that I've done. With the help of ChatGPT. Whenever I get stuck. Hey, Scout. Welcome on in, dude. How you doing? Good to see you. All right. Back to prefabs. How do I like StreamerBot? Oh, it's so good. It's so good, T-Pixel. Welcome on in. Had finals today. How'd the finals go, Scout? Now, StreamerBot is incredibly powerful. It can do anything that I want it to do. Hey, Swifts, thank you for gifting sub to Scout. 3 months of subbage.
SLMP duly gifted a tier 1 sub to Scout 613 TV.
Yep. Love StreamerBot. We've done all sorts of really fun projects with it. Actually, let's do one of our projects right now. Let's do a giveaway. It does have limitations, for sure. Yeah, Silver has been enjoying StreamerBot, even though they don't even stream. Let's put 5 minutes on the clock. Exclamation point giveaway to possibly win a game from my goodie bag of games. Exclamation point giveaway. I think exclamation point me technically works, but I haven't tried it yet. I'd have to take a look again. Oh, super. By the way, one time when you weren't here, it did not work. By the way. And then I had to do an additional giveaway. So we'll see if it works again this time. Are they feeling better about Med Emergencies 2 over Cardiology? Interesting. Yeah, it didn't work. We got gray circle. I've heard even without coding, StreamerBot's very versatile. It really is. Never mind that when you start coding it in it, then it gets super powered. But it is exactly that. Hey, Dynamite. How you doing, dude? All right. What do I want to have over here after this? So something with that WebSocket timing messed up? Yeah, it must be. Out of curiosity, which Flappy Bird thing do I follow along? I know like 7 of them. I followed along with the guy that does game dev toolkit. Is that right? Something like that. Also, I just had somebody order 3 things off the Etsy page. Holy shit. I'm gonna have to start printing those. Game Maker Toolkit. Thank you. Them. Yeah, they did a tutorial, and it was so well produced. And I really enjoyed it. And then I was like, I can do this. Yeah, the subjackings are just block coding, 100%. Super, yeah. Anyway, all right. I got distracted. Bow, bow. Ba, 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 ba. Gotta figure out how to have these things interact with other things more. Did we go to more bumpers? Maybe go to more bumpers. Okay, first one, easy one. I want Thanksgiving to come, but I don't want football to end. Fair. Fair. Let's do. I don't know if that's going to be. Minute 30 left in the giveaway. Exclamation point giveaway to join. Now that's going to be pretty easy, question mark, or should I bring it all the way out to there? It should be quite at the challenge. I think it'll be a challenge either way. Let's try it at 15s. What I don't know is when to stop. Like, at what point is it going to be enough game? You know what I mean? Oops. Here we go. Who's going to win the game? It's going to be Jason Story. Jason Story, you won a copy of Crazy Machines 3. You've just been DM'd your code. Might be overkill, but if you're building up a lot of platforms, a useful tool is to draw gizmo lines that represent the mix, max, and hover jump distance and auto toggle on those selected platforms. Tells you a pretty clear ranges for relative next platform. Speeds up workflow. Only about 6 lines of code. Go on is to draw gizmo lines on the platforms themselves, because that's sort of what I have right now on these shapes that I have on my duck. I've not thought of. Oh my god! I just went for it, didn't I? There we go. Oh yeah, that's super easy. Whoop! Unless you hit from the side. Let's try it again. Cool. Mm-hmm. 168.3. It's going to do the same for platforms and then have a global toggle so I can use it for placement. How would you do it as a global toggle? Because that would be helpful. Also, a lot of it I don't necessarily know the amounts. And so this one, let's do. Is there a way to hotkey it so that I can select my duck object with a hotkey? Because I hate like clicking on it, not knowing if I actually clicked on the duck or if I've clicked on something with the duck. You can just have a final read-only Boolean variable to check. Well, architecture is a big topic, but the 3 big solutions are traditionally singleton, scriptable object, flyweight, or an entry point app. So Jason, I need to really say right quick is I've been doing this for 3 weeks. What? Singleton. I think I get that just by the word. A scriptable object flyweight, your preference. Okay. Or an entry point app. The duck one is easy. On the duck script, put a selection base attribute on the class. There's a selection base attribute. How do I do that? How do I do that? Teach me things. Teach me things. That's what the title of this stream should be. It should be teach me things. Okay, Ducky script open. It's a mono behavior. And at the right, top right, selection base. At the top of line 7, on top of this. What's that do? I saved it. Oh, I was gonna do a commit before we started this work. Now I want to see a point and click where the ducky is exploring a crypt. It tells Unity that if you have 10 scripts on nested object stuff, when you select it on the inspector, to not select useless other scripts, assuming you mean this one? Helps when an object is made of lots of clickable parts. Selection base. Holy shit. All right, 5 questions. I'm asking Jason. We can go fancy and write a custom editor menu item and a keyboard shortcut to run any code you want. What? What? Hold on, we can and write a custom editor menu item.
Speaking of marketing, one of today's greatest marketing triumphs in the entertainment field is video games.
If I make my own for auto-selecting things.
Size in just 3 years.
So now, if I...
Went out in the field to bring us this
That's the ducky. That's the ducky. That's the ducky. That's the ducky. Oh, I'm so excited. So much time going, click, fuck. Scroll, 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 scroll. Ducky, there. Cat Wolf, I'm sorry they're not feeling well, dude. It's good to see you, though. Welcome on in.
Although it looked innocent enough, this machine turned out to have some unusual powers. It kept kids mesmerized for hours.
Sorry they're not feeling well, man. I have been, I mean, part of this is because I haven't been going anywhere, so I haven't been sick. Because I don't go anywhere or do anything. Helps my skin stay nice and moist. It's my skincare regimen. Very complicated thing I like to call not going outside ever. All right. Cool. I guess presumably then if I could have a script. I should do draw gizmos more. Quick and dirty approach doesn't scale great, but it's a good use for beginner stuff. That is singleton. So what you do is make a game object, put a script in it, then in that script make a public variable of the same type as the script. Public static ducky settings, for instance, in the ducky. Sure, that makes sense. And then you do awake instance this. Whoops. I've avoided the sickness from TwitchCon. I'm like hanging out with like 3 people who had COVID. That makes sense, Jason. I can follow that. So what's the one that you said that was your preference? You don't have to get into it if it's a super long explanation, but I am curious. Have I done anything with scriptable objects yet? I have objects with scripts in them. Is that the same? I'm such a noob. Yeah, I don't know anything, man. I've watched some tutorials, but other than that, I'm self-taught. I guess watching tutorials is kind of being self-taught. When people say self-taught, they mostly mean not gone to school about it. So scriptable object is like a different thing to mono behavior. Then no, I haven't. Lives outside the instance of a scene. I'm chat taught. That's what I am. There you go. I like it. And again, just been doing this for a few weeks. Scriptable objects. I will be checking out scriptable objects. So that way you can drag it into scripts the same as dragging sprites. I can drag it into scripts? What? Benefit being persistent settings and multiple scripts can talk to the same object, share its data. There's so much that I don't know. Oh my gosh. All right, that's the distance there. Why was the ducky bouncing better? Because I was using my cheat. So I've got a development thing set up where I can make the ducky fly, and I was just doing it while reading chat instead of listening to it go boing, 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 boing. So that was me. Imagine a clickable file in the prefabs folder that has public variables you can just mess with. Then a slot on a script to take that thing, and you can pass the same thing to every platform, and they can all call reference to the data source on that object. So if you change it, they can all see it. That sounds fantastic and really good for what I want my next project to be. Interesting. Gosh. Yeah, Jason, I need to... All right. Is it the next cards game? Yeah. The next one that I want to do is going to be a roguelike collectible, or excuse me, deck building game. Not collectible. I guess you do collect them, but... And it keeps me up at night, because I keep on thinking of ideas for the game. I guess I could bring that up a little bit. A smidge. Something about 4 lines of code. The Unity 3 docs on scriptable objects was a nice example. I don't want to derail you further, but derail me away, man. Interesting. I'm not going to play around with that quite right now, because what I want to try to accomplish within the next day or two is to get this next version out there. Yeah. Dang. All right. We're going to have one of these here, fellers. And then, oh shoot, you know what I need? Uh, no, you're new to game dev. You're actually doing, instead of procrastinating with code design or colors or art, or most people at subs. I mean, yeah, man, that's all I've been learning. And like, I've talked to my chat about this extensively, but until I started working on this, it was always this like esoteric thing that I did not know that I could accomplish. And once I figured out, or not figured out, once I found out that it is something that I can do, I've been not able to do much of anything else. Which is also true for Pixel Art. The biggest obstacle was getting you to try it. That wasn't that much of an obstacle. I kind of tried it right away. I'd argue. Whether or not I thought that I could do it or not is maybe different. Delayed for at least a few days? I delayed way fewer than 3 days. I delayed like 1 day because I was like, no, I can't do it. I don't know how to do it. And then I found Ace Sprite and I was like, oh, look at me. I don't think it was a few days, was it? Might have been a few days. Let's see how this goes. Hey, I got a question for you. Here's one. Any ideas on how to get this loading bar to go faster? Kind of like pre-render shit or something? Most moderately complicated tasks look scary and infinitely complex until you start. Turns out most things are pretty easy to do. Mastery, it's hard. Yeah. Well, and like I said, I've been using ChatGPT like a lot, man. The random assorted tools in your toolbox from different things you've thrown yourself into has prepared you for it to take on this task. Yeah, 100%. Like, what? I don't think I could hit this on purpose if I tried. Oop, okay. I wasn't trying. But this is a fun little challenge. Wonder if I should have more than one. If you're building a scene, you don't... Hold on. Well, there's one big trick with that bar. When you press that button, it does two things. Reload domain, aka recompile all the scripts, and then 2, reloads the scene. If you're building a scene, you don't need domain reload? Hold on. That started off as a joke. You mean there's a way for me to make that shorter? Okay, hold on. Stand by. Domain reload. Can toggle off in settings. Project settings? White screen? Hold on. I have to do a menu bar before I can change out the menu bar? Great. I was hoping that I'd be able to... Memory settings. No. Go to editor. Editor. Mode. Nope. Asset pipeline. Allow autosave. Editing environments. Sprite packer. Reload domain. It's not checked. Interplay mode options. And then just click on reload scene. Super. So often I'd be like, hey, can I do this? And then somebody would be like, yeah, you can. And I'd be like, fucking what? All right, so like that. Because I'm only ever going to have like one scene. Oh, it just goes. Oh. Jason, want to hang out? You should just hang out. I'm sure you got stuff going on. I've listen. Again, been doing this game for what, 2.5 weeks, right, chat? Something like that. Actually, no, we're approaching 3 weeks. 3 weeks will be Tuesday. Will be 3 weeks. Tutoring teaches stuff all the time. You get a kick out of it. I'm glad you do. I'm DK's new favorite person. I've got a lot of favorite people. Anybody that's ever helped me with anything code based is my favorite person. But that, like, I've spent probably 21 days, probably close to 200 hours doing this. No joke. It's been like 10-hour days at least. Because it's all that I do if I'm not streaming. Because I can't help myself. I spent probably 3 days just looking at that fucking loading bar. Holy shit. I'm going to hit play again. And I'm going to stop it. And I'm going to play again. And I'm going to stop it. All right, well. Whee. This one doesn't even do it. Oop. Okay, maybe it does. I lied. It doesn't even do that much. Now it comes back to if you write scripts, it just doesn't force it. Yeah, if I rewrite a script, sure. But when I'm doing this, when I'm just doing level design stuff, amazing. Amazing. All right. Well, anyway. Oops. Hello? All right. Ducky, what do we want to throw at you now? Oh, I need more platforms. Or just better ideas. Maybe I just need better ideas. My main gig was tool development. So for the most thing, I tend to write plugins for Unity Editor. I do have a lot of tolerance for impatience. Fair enough. Dang. Automate everything. For example, I have a ChatGPT in my terminal because opening the website was getting annoying. That's amazing. I would use that. Just instead of an inspector here, have like a ChatGPT window that I can just be like, hey. Or in your terminal, which is not what you're saying. Selection base. Selection base. Yep. That's awesome, Jason. Damn. Can do some more seesaws. Seesaws with the phasing platforms. I don't want to do the timer platform with the phasing platform yet, but we will be doing that, and that's going to be obnoxious. Maybe I do a revealer platform with more than one. Let's do that. We'll do a revealer. There are Unity integrations for ChatGPT for Unity. The actual code is to talk to GPTs. 6 lines of code in any language. It's all API calls. So a lot of people who have made them, the only issue is you need to set up an API key to use them. Yeah. Well, and the way that they have it set up, the API key is such that it charges you like per instance that you use it, right? I'm already paying for ChatGPT. I don't know if I want to necessarily have it. I don't need to have it in my thing. All right, we're not going to do the 1/4. Let's do revealer platform. I just tried to click twice because I'm used to having to click twice on the duck. That was amazing.
But you can't keep doing this to yourself. She's moved on. Meanwhile, you're out there just walking the streets at night, alone, in a river of darkness.
Well, like you alluded to, if it was me, I'd make a keyboard shortcut to auto grab him. Go on. How would I do that? At this point, that's like would save more than a modicum of time. Or even if I could like make it so that he automatically went where my mouse was, like not just grabbed him, but like automatically moved it where the mouse was. So if I was like down here now, instead of having to try to click on the itty bitty him and then move him all the way down, if I could just go boop. Is that a thing? It's probably a thing. I don't know why I'm whispering. It feels like a secret. I just looked at the users list and there's somebody with a very funny name lurking. I won't call you out, but know that your name made me laugh. For example, go to Ducky class and make a method move to duck to mouse or something. Uh-huh. The only trick is to make it static. I don't know what that means. Or am I doing it within the Ducky class? Ha. So static void move duck. Yeah, so I guess it'd be public, huh? Wait, no, not public. Still static. Static, public, static, public, static, public, static. Public tactic. Panic. Public panic. Move duck. Oh, fingers on the wrong keys. Why are you yelling at me? Must have a return type. And above that, right, menu item? Menu item. Duck. Move duck. Duck stuff. Love duck stuff. Move duck. And to start, add a debug message in there. Debug logs I can do. Quack. It's yelling at me a bunch. There's no argument given that. So menu item, not context menu item? Oh. It's still yelling at me. The duck stuff? Yeah, I figured. But you also still need to add a void to the function declaration. Oh. Does that come after or before a static void? Oops. Unity editor.menu item. Unity editor.menu item. Uh-huh. I'm going to have this. I'm moving where this is. I don't want this to live here. You're going to live up here. Jason's my new best friend. Look at top bar. Well, that seems it's unloading. Top bar. Duck stuff. What? I didn't know you could do that. Move duck. Quack. Okay. So that's neat. So that's really interesting. Oh, I just need to do something more interesting. That's true. Huh. And then tie it to a keybind. So we can do game object dot find object of type ducky dot game object. He's yelling at me. Only segment calling. I skipped the first part, did I? Oh, I did.
It seems we have a
Hey, thanks for the follow. I don't know what I'm doing, so I appreciate you following. Game object. Still yelling at me. Selection does not contain a definition for game object. Game object? Whoa. Why are you yelling at me? You just autofilled. Oh. Active game object. Ah, there we go. Well, that should do it. I'm going to not quack anymore. Well, keep the quack in there for now. I finally add hashtag D to the end of the moved duck after a space. Ba-da-da. So then you want me to... I'm already selecting the deck that isn't... No, select this thing. Oop. Oh. Tease, welcome on in. How are you doing? Good to see you. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. So hashtag D, well, I just call it a hashtag. Whatever. Octothorpe D will make Shift D run that command. How do I do that? Where do I put that? In the code somewhere? It's in the name of, it's in, just finish your day of coding? Excellent. Just kind of starting mine. Within the name, so then if I do like so, it doesn't like that. Does it need to be comma something? Nope. Like right in the name? Like that? This is about to change my life. It's about to change my damn life. Oh. Deselect all? I'm good. Resolve conflict. Remove shortcut. It is a little funny, super for sure. That's I got one else for you. Then we need to pause and explain here. Oh, it'll give you a big. Okay, what do you got? To that we had to reference Unity Editor, not Unity Engine. Sure. Works fine in the editor, but now it won't let you. Oh! Because it wants to include the editor. Oh. So in order to then build it, do I have to just comment all that out? Thank you for saying that, by the way. Can you imagine? Back to it, and we need to wrap it. I don't know how to wrap things. What does that mean? Oh, I know what you're talking about because I've seen people do it, but I don't know how to do it. Something like if editor or something like that. Hashtag if editor. Yeah. Can't type. Like that. I want to make sure you don't include Unity Edit at the top of the file. I do right now. Should I then not? So do the same thing up here. Wrap that the same way. So talk to me about this wrapping business. What is that? Like, I'm doing it, and I kind of get it, but if so when you compile scripts, you sort of bake the code into different. Right, Aurora? What that does is actively choose what gets written into the compiled code. Oh, okay. And then if it's in the Unity editor, then that gets written into the code. Got it. Well, that's super powerful. Neat. This is gonna bother me. There. All right. So what about being able to click and have the ducky appear where I click? You do the same for referencing Android stuff, Android only stuff, or at the fancier level, the same for make a kiosk or demo that actively strips or changes code at the compiled level based on platform. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Sure. Huh. When we get to edit a raycast, that's a bit downstream. Hey, I've got a raycast right now to draw my box cast. I'm drawing gizmos. There's a guy that got off the call with Pillow. Oh my gosh, excited it'll be home on Saturday for a week. That's fun, Si. Is this his first extended trip back home then? I can't believe he's in college now. Gosh. It's unreal. Man. Oh, super. Thank you for finding that. The scriptable object stuff. I want to take a look at that later. This will be the longest one yet, yeah. Oh yeah, I don't need this to say quack every time. I forgot that I still had that. I just wanted to make sure in case it didn't work. He's been home once a month for a couple of 3-day weekends. Then a few more weeks to end the semester. Then he'll be home for a month. Oh, man. Well, editor raycasting gets a bit messy. It has to use mouse event classes, etc. That one is too complicated to expand in short bursts, but you get the idea. With a static chunk of your code you can run, you can get the idea. Make more of these as you need. Any code you could feasibly write in any script, you can now run in the editor as a shortcut. That's interesting. So let's see.
It seems we have a new follower.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Bum, 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 bum. For example, you can grab a prefab from the project and instantiate it instead of selecting object, etc. Holy. But all that is more off-stream homework, I'd reckon. Yeah. The scriptable objects would generally be useful to start with as a tool. Okay, I'll take a look at scriptable objects. That'll be my editor tooling you were doing here is already more fancy than most Unity devs do in their first few games. Fair. Yeah, no, I did, Martin. And I did, and it, and if it doesn't work, then I shut everything down and restart it, and then it tends to work. Don't judge my methods. But like once you get it to work with that instance or that session or whatever, then they just turn it off and on again, and then it works. But yeah, it's there, it's right here. Sometimes you have to turn it on and off again yourself. That actually makes me feel really good, Jason, because it was driving me insane because I couldn't get the fucking thing to work. Though I use Rider as my code editor, and it has better Unity native integration, so it's a little easier at those things. Interesting. I'm just using VS Code. VS Code. I forgot what it's called for a second. JetBrains? I'm going to assume that has to do with Rider. I don't know what Rider is. Lest I forget, let's go ahead and do a commit right quick. Boop. JetBrains make a bunch of environments. Rider is the C# one. Ah. VS Code is good. Rider is better, but it's paid. Got it. I'm going to be using VS Code for a little while yet. I have a question about this one. Would you like Visual Studio Code to periodically run git fetch? Should I do that? I don't know what. I still don't know what a push, pull, and a fetch is. You guys have tried to explain it to me. Yes? Yes. I should have it do that. Confirming that when you said yep, that was you're talking about. Before I do it. I realize now that my face is behind it. Or in front of it. Yep. Yes. Done. It's now periodically going to fetch. Like a doggy. Doesn't really matter as long as you're the only contributor and only working from this machine. The only contributor so far, Super. Who knows? I'm going to start a gaming company right now. We're going to get funding. It's going to be great. I'm going to be able to feed myself. My stream will just be game dev from now on. Alienate the entire audience that I've built over the last how many ever years. Well, that's awesome. Jason, anything else that you want to grace me with? Funding. That's awesome, Sai. I'm so glad. Are there a few many of these? I don't know. Control K? What's Control K do? Hold on. I'm building my domain. What am I looking at? Search Unity? So, hello. Oh, it's still doing stuff. Wipes your entire game. Wait. No, I did not know about this. So if I had a more complicated... So when I... Hold on, what happens when I click on this? And then it brings me to that. Woo! Nope, did not know about Control K. Better way to search. That's great. My stuff isn't so complicated as yet that I would necessarily need this, but I could definitely see on more complicated projects that you'd be Control K-ing a lot. I'm learning so much. Hold on, let me select the ducky. It makes me so happy. Search in hierarchy for all platforms in a scene and then change color or whatever across all of them to a certain type. Oh, really? Oh. All right, well, that's cool. Let's reverse these, actually. Another quick one is, do you know left options on the hierarchy, the eye and the finger? What? Oh, you can create things here. I've always been right-clicking. Oh, okay. That is Control K if you click right there. Open and search. I learned. Nope, I don't know what you're saying. Hover over the... Oh, the eye and the finger. Look at that. No, I don't know what those do. What do those do? Am I about to get mind blown again? The eye hides it in the scene. The finger stops you clicking on them? Hold on. Enable dust effect. Stop clicking on it. Enable the bounce effect. Stop clicking on it. It avoids accidentally selecting things. Amazing. Hide is also useful for keeping it there, but not while working. Yeah. I mean, I've been hiding a bunch of things just to hiding UI elements and canvases. Oh, hide the canvas. That's something I should do. Can I do that? Oh, now I can't click on the canvas. Oh, I'm so happy. The canvas doesn't have anything on it besides a version number right now. Hitting the eye also removes the big annoying box. But is it still there? So now it's hidden, but it's still active. That's fantastic. Let's do that with the background. Because the background, oh no, that's not going to work because it's down there and this is going to be up here and it's going to be all weird. So I'll have to leave that. Fucking cool. Actually, shouldn't the background have showed up then? Or is it now down here? Yeah, it is down there. Yeah, okay. But that's not going to work with this, I don't think. Yeah, no, it's not going to work. Oh, this sucks. Oh my gosh, what a miserable experience. You're gonna have to get the other side to be equally as hard. Shortcuts so that I can select certain things is my new favorite thing in Unity. My goodness gracious. Yeah, totally, Martin. My gosh. Oh, you know what? I clicked on this to see if the canvas was... Yeah, but a pre-alpha prototype version. Right there. Dang. You do the same for builds and more, aka custom builds or buttons to play from a particular scene. I mean, I'm sure. I guess I don't know what you're saying. Custom builds or buttons to play from a particular scene, so that you can. I saw one guy. I was watching Adam C. Eunice, if you know who that is. You probably do if you spend any time on Twitch. So play from title or from the active scene? Gotcha. Yeah. Boy, that's miserable. No, I fell. Holy. I don't know if I like this. I feel like it feels like it's too hard. I might make that the big one. Context menus? What you got? It should be hard. Yeah, but that's it's hard. I'm just going to make it just a little bit less. You can mark it with a method that means that when you right-click the script, you can do it in editor without having to bind. Hold on. You can mark it with a method. That means that when you right-click the script, you can do it in editor without having to bind a keyboard to it or something. You can make a method or action on an object like kill, die, spawn, etc. Any action script, any action a script can do. Mark it with a method that means that when you right click, oh, so like it'll add it to. Man. Children of prefab instance cannot be moved and the components cannot be reordered. Well, damn it. Sure. So much in the same way that we did this. Awesome. That's going to revolutionize the way that, not the way that I look at not just this project, but the next one that I have an idea for. There'll be a right-click menu on the script. Yeah, so if I Shift D to select my duck, to right-click on the script like this, right here, like that. It will add under edit script there. Gotcha. Amazing. All right, I got to redo this now. Unless you have other pressing questions, I probably will, Jason. Now that I know that all this is possible, I'll probably have lots of instances where I'll be like, hey, can I do this? And then you'll be like, yeah. And I'll be like, oh. Oh. Can't tell which one I selected. Platform. Delete all of these before we get no refs. That's true, and now you've got the Subaru as well, so you'd have access to all of them their channels. Should you wish. It's okay if you don't. If you're just doing a drive-by helping, that's quite all right. 11:15, 185. 11:15, 1. Like that, maybe. Oh God. That's spooky. No, it fell off. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Actually, let's keep Keep those revealed for now. Oh, you know what? Jason, I got one for you. Although it looks like it's more or less fixed itself, interestingly enough. I was getting a weird error from something that had been... So I had a platform much like this where it had game objects in an array, and then I deleted some of those game objects, and then I ran it without deleting those objects in the array, which, you know, it didn't like. And then I was getting an error. Right now it seems like I'm not, and I wonder if that's because now we're not building the whole thing. But we're no longer getting that error. I wondered if you ever experienced anything like that. I know I can see these, and that makes them not scary, but when I click on this, now they disappear. Oops. And now they're scary. I might lower it a little bit. I'm going to lower it a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to lower it some. The Unity self one. Yeah, that's it. That means the Unity editor borked something while building. Rarely a big deal, just means a piece of code tried to run at the same time as Unity compiled. Gotcha. So ignore it, question mark? Or is it something that I can fix? Or what are the questions? I can't move it? I can't reorder them? That's upsetting. Didn't want to have that prefab anyway. Yeah, the Unity self is what it was. You were exactly correct. Let's make this 1.6. It's usually nothing? Ha! Let's keep those there while we are building. Shift D to select the duck. I'm going to cry. Oh, can I have it so that I cannot click? Oh my God. Now I can't click these. Oh, oh. Oh, it's glorious. Oh. Delightful. What a good day. All right. So we had the phasing ones down there, and then we got the invisible ones, and those are sick. Let's do maybe some more red pipes. Actually, maybe I'll do the pipe progression over here. That I don't have to sit there and wait for this to build is amazing. Woo! Ooh, that red one's spicy. The red one's spicy if you haven't done it yet. How did I have these ones set up? Oh, here's another one. So once something becomes a child of another game object, like an empty parent that I've been doing, it then gives its transform positions in relation to the other, in relation to that parent game object. Is there a way to have it be like a global transform, or can I like? Is there like a way to do that? Or do I just have to deal with it? What am I trying to do? All right. So Right now, the transform numbers for this, because this is now in like a little game object folder, essentially. Absolute positioning versus relative to the parent, exactly, which is what I would like to do, or what I'd like to be able to see. I guess I don't really need it, but those are certainly bigger and farther away than that. Yeah, I don't know. That number is always local to its parent. You can't change that? Okay. I've just been throwing in the different sections into folders just to sort of keep it more organized. Oh my god, I just realized that I can do this and then never click on the background. You can modify the values in code by setting local position or position respectively, but the editor one will always be like that. Okay. Yeah. Oh well. Worth the ask. Spent so much of my time making it so these numbers are like numbers that I can deal with instead of having them be ridiculous floats. Like this, 0.8001884, just be 0.8. I know it does take math operations, and I've been using that extensively as I've been working on this. Which is good, because that's how I'm used to working with like CAD work and stuff like that. All right, what do we got? We got this one. Let's put this at -9. And that one, 0.4. Oh, because that's the parent. Yep. .186.4. I think I can add 4 to it. So let's do 90 point. I think that's good. I think I can have it be that high. Oh yeah. I can have it be that high and not even have it be that hard. So if that's 190.4. Wait, what did I add to that? I added 4. That'd be 194.4. Yeah. One small help is when you drag, Control drags it to a snap grid, and you can set. I knew Alt to like make it so that it moves like shorter, like fine tuning, but it did not know Control to make it so that these numbers are numbers that I can freaking deal with. So 9.8. So 0.8 plus 9.8. Near the grid size is set up near. Is this grid size? Toggle visibility of grid. Grid plane. Increment snapping. Increment snapping. Playoffs. All right. It says 0.25, but I don't believe them. It looks like it's actually 0.4. Hey, Fish Belly, how you doing, dude? Welcome on in. Good to see you. I hope you had a good weekend. Oh, that I don't have to wait for that fucking bar anymore. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. Yeah, this is a little easy, but hopefully that one will be challenging, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Whoops. Oh, man. Okay, here's one for you. Actually, I've got a bug that I do not know how to fix. If you are feeling spicy. On my seesaws, if you are at the outskirts of them, for whatever reason, they're not seeing it as ground, and you aren't able to jump. But you'll get the jumping dust playing as though you had hit the button to jump. It just won't actually physically jump. And I don't know why it's doing that. So sometimes it will just not jump, and it is kind of the worst. But it is easily repeatable. Oops. I got to not miss the thing, though. Like right there. I actually didn't see the... right there again. But it's worse on the red one. And there it is again. So you saw the little dust cloud. And there it is again. Yeah. I don't know why it's happening. I've got a box cast now. Hold on. I used to have 2 ray casts. Okay, well, I don't know how your jump is calculated, but detection is often either a box collision or a ray cast, and ray casts are often from the bottom, middle, center, so it's feasible. No, yeah. So for a while, I had 2 ray casts, one from each foot, and now I've got a box cast, which is I actually drew a gizmo to draw my box cast. Whoops, too close, so that I can actually physically see it. But it should be hitting it. We did a replay where I had the scene here and I was playing the game at the same time, and it should be seeing it. Also, in order to fix this problem, I ended up making a trigger collider around the pipe to make them feel better. And I don't know if I should just have a bulbous thing here at the end, and that's why it is doing it. Hold on. Let me look at this right quick. That's not going to work. Actually, let's do this. Let's actually actively work on that problem for a minute. Because that one... has been a damn problem. Oh my god, it's so easy to grab the duck. And so long as we have people here to help us, let's utilize their expertise. My guess is the capsule ends are leading to edge cases. What I like to do is print debug status over the duck's head, and then over the duck's head? How do I do that? You can write label gizmos like you can with boxes? No shit. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, but I hadn't thought of it. Here, we can actually do this, and if someone wants to be ready to clip it. It's handles.label. Another note to take down. things for me to look at later. It's a bit different in the editor namespace, not Gizmo. So you need to do the wrapping thing again. Gotcha. Miller notes clipping time. All right. So I'm going to see if I can get it to work. There it did, right there. And that was it. Wait a minute. Can I make this so that the fucking audio player is not clickable or seeable either? Holy shit. There it is again. Let's... Yeah, there we go. So like, is what your box is colliding is vertically missing the platform? It just happened. Looks like it's literally hitting a point in the rotate where the feet are literally not colliding. Happened again just now there. And there it was again. Because I've got it set up such that, like, if it's vertical, I can basically climb the damn thing. But sometimes when it's moving fast, you just can't jump off of it. Perfect. Wide thus, but no jump. Shut up, me. Hold on. Embiggen. Yeah, so it drew the... Oh, that one actually was a jump. The dust is the dust is happening on jump. So like, if that, here I'll show you. Handle jump. So this is where the dust particles are playing, when, which is after the add force should be happening. Yeah, Jody, and that might be a way to like sort of fudge it. To make them feel better. Looks like it's literally hitting the point in the rotate where the feet are literally not colliding. But it shouldn't, like, because that would not mean that the pipe is moving faster than the feet. I don't understand how that would happen. But even then I wouldn't be able to jump, and then the particles wouldn't happen, because like this code is getting up to here. It's just not adding the force for some reason. Oh yeah, I've got coyote time. So like even with the coyote time, like it should work, yeah. So I don't know what's happening with it, but it is a damn problem. Oh, Jason. Okay, so you joined the. I think in the README, I think you have to do place the green check mark to say that you have read and understand the rules, and then it should do it. Otherwise, I can do it manually. I'm gonna just do it manually. I'm gonna do it manually. Fuck it. Oh wait, already you did it. Never mind. I think you did it. I hate it when my pipe moves best from my feet. Exactly, Mast. You cannot even see the README channel? Oh. That's a cool trick. Why? Stand by. Oh, I just had a weird thing where there's a verify member option. I don't know. Um, FYI, the README channel is not there in README Trick Work Crit, though. This time I learned something now. Yeah, the verified member is about suspected bots and spammers. Yeah, not a bot. The README channel is not listed in the browse list. Is it in the server guide? And then under resources? That might be something that I have to set up. I very recently made it so that, sorry, my Discord has a fee at the door. Mine used to be only for subs. And then just like a week or two ago, I opened it up to non-subs. Oh, because you can't okay, this is what's happening. It's the old and the new fighting. Because under here you can't checkmark. You can checkmark under the rules. That's dumb. Inika, remind me to fix that. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. And the server guide is blank. It should say resources. Hold on. It should say resources rules. And then when you click on the rules, then it gives you the rules, which is what the README reads. Alternatively, it should be under browse channels, but you're saying that it wasn't? I could read the rules, but the rules didn't link to README, so no check mark. Oh. Interesting. Oh, you didn't realize that you had to click on it. Ah. I think that I can change what this says. So it wasn't intuitive. Yeah. It just says rules, and it barely looks like a button. Okay. Let's add that to the middle note of things to fix. Whenever I'm not working on UpDuck. Anyway, Jason, thank you for all your help already. If I haven't not made my gratitude explicit yet. If I could have somebody ready to clip this again, because now I've got the colliders showing. I'm going to do this just in case I mess something up. So I just want to see. Oh, actually, hold on. Before we do that. Stand by. Actually, I guess if I do this. What is that underneath my duck? Oh, that's because it's still selected. Okay. Ah, shit. There. It's hard to be enthusiastic about game dev and the game engine when you were 12 years ago. Well, yeah, before it was a job and a hobby, so I like to live vicariously through other people's learning and excitement. I mean, well, like I was saying, man, this went from me learning a little bit of C# to work with StreamerBot to now me being like, oh, Unity uses C#. Maybe I can learn how to use Unity and make like a goofy game. And then I did Game Maker's Toolkit. Their Flappy Bird version, made it my own Flappy Bird, started playing around with that, adding to it beyond what just the tutorial did, and then was like, hey, I've got an idea for a game, and now we have UpDuck. And the jump just didn't happen. README says at the bottom that the first blurb hit the checkmark reacts, so it's the thing. Yeah. It needs to be retooled completely. That was another instance where I should have jumped. There's another instance where you should have jumped. Should have jumped there too. Should have jumped there. Should have happened there. Yeah, same Aurora. Yep. Because now it's not even README. Now it's under the server guide. So it's all different. Am I reading input inside of update and not fixed update? I'm pretty sure you are. Just checking. I am. The jump code is in update. Yes. The movement left and right up is being read in fixed update. The left-right movement. That's a problem? Okay. Boy, I just landed on top of that and was able to just sort of sit on that for a second. I'll show you what I've got so far. I actually, so this is all in, all of the handle jump is being read. So my update movement function, I wish that I can like control click to, oh, that's not what okay. It's not quite what I wanted. Yeah, the update movement is being handled in fixed movement or fixed update. So you're saying I should read my variables in update on the get access horizontal? Do I have voice chat in Discord? It'll be easier to explain this than writing small essays? Yeah, why not? Let's do that. There is one called Stream Chat. There's also one called Waiting Room. You should have access to at least one of them. There's one called Waiting Room that I think that if you pop in, then it'll be able to drag you into the Stream Chat. Or on air. On air is where I am. Stream Chat is for other people. There you go. Hello! You don't have access to talk right now. Stand by. You're auto-muted. But why? Stand by. If I do that, nope. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna temporarily. You can see how often I use this. Missions. Whee! should be able to speak now, I think. Still says you're suppressed. I'm sorry for suppressing you. I don't know how to not suppress you. I've got it so that... How in the hell? Permissions. Subclub. Connect. Speak. Allows members to talk in this voice channel. If the permission is disabled, mute members. Can you talk in here?
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear
Hey,
me?
all right, let's just do this. Screw it. Nobody uses this channel anyway.
Okay, cool.
Hello. Thank you for your help already.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. So this bit just gets a little bit confusing to explain. So it involves state, so I thought I'd quickly jump in.
Okay.
So,
I'm ready to
thank you,
learn.
Rusty. What are your thoughts on the relationship? So what is update, fixed update, and there's also late update? Do you know what they do or why they are separate?
Yes. Update is just updates sort of continuously. Fixed update updates every frame, to my understanding. And then late update updates after update and fixed update. Like every frame, essentially. But like afterwards.
Pretty close, yeah. So update is every frame. Update does happen the frame rate. So basically, well, technically, more accurately, update is all of the time, and then the delta is the difference between the frame counts for individual times. Fixed update is literally a static number, as in you can go into the preferences and go, I want it to run every this. It's defaulted to 0.2, but you can change it to a different value, and it's used for physics updates because if you were running a physics update in normal update, the difference between steps, so something won't be moving at a continuous speed. It would still get there over the time of 1 second, but it would have jerky movement. And if you're applying acceleration at a jerky rate over time, you're not going to get the desired outcome. So, long story short, physics-based stuff goes into fixed update.
Yes.
But with that in mind, if physics updates are going in update and it's every 0.2, in other words, every, I forgot what that works out as, but X number of frames a second, what happens when you press input? If any input you capture, if you press it at the moment of not on that frame, you're going to not capture the values of that output. So in general, pretty much all input values, yes, you can technically get away with it for floats because it's not as like an immediate single flag. But as a general rule, kind of like what you're doing with the can jumps and can whatever, principally you want to make sure any input related stuff happens at a guaranteed capture in the input. And then you can check the flag values in the fixed. And in the case of, which I assume you're already doing, things like jump, you check if it's true and then you turn it off again at the end. So I don't think it's specifically the problem you had here, but it's just worth noting that as a general rule, fixed update is effectively likely to miss any kind of event-based inputs. So you never want anything that runs an event. Input's just a good example. Just don't put it into a fixed time step input.
Real quick, and this is going to derail us for just like a second. Where are you from?
I am from Ireland.
How long have you not been in Ireland?
I've actually been in Ireland pretty much all of the time.
You're in Ireland right now. Oh, you're just really up late.
There's a lot of Ireland around me. Yes, as we
There's lots of Ireland all around me. Okay, it's just really late for you. Got it. Okay, well, thank you for being up so late.
I do. Like I said, I do consulting and contracting, and so my hours tend to really line up with.
Gross.
Sometimes it's American.
Sorry for
sometimes
that.
it's New Zealand. Yeah, it's whatever.
I just presume that you weren't there.
I did my traveling in the past. Unfortunately, I'm settled back roughly in this region.
Gotcha. Okay. Sidetrack done. I'm really into accents and dialects and just language in general, so I had questions.
Well, I find it funny. When I'm in America, people say I'm Irish. When I'm in Ireland, a lot of people think I'm American.
Because it's a very light Irish accent, and it sounds, and that's sort of part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine that comes from, technically my mother was Canadian, although she grew up in Ireland.
Okay.
My father was English. But I basically was, as the saying goes, a latchkey kid. I sort of raised myself on television, and television's predominantly American actors, and so when you pick up things right after that, so I imagine there's a large portion of that as well.
Fascinating. Okay, back to coding. Thank you for indulging me.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. So right now, let me show you what I got. All of my jumping stuff is being handled in update. My update movement, when I had that in regular update, my little ducky was zooming, and it wasn't fixed until I moved all of that into fixed update.
So Delta Time, are you using Delta Time at all?
What a good question. I don't recall now.
Okay, so,
I'm not.
So basically,
Oh, I am.
so
I
in
like it.
general,
Or no,
yeah,
yeah, but not really.
well, that should so any number that say that any number you have in update, multiplied by Delta Time, averages out to 1 a frame, right? That's what it's for. Because effectively what it says is, if this app is running at 10 frames a second and there's been 10 frames, whatever the difference between the time between those frames is, take the number and make it that small, effectively. And so if you count all 10 frames together, you end up back with your 1. So if it's 60, it's divided by each number and you'll get your 60 back. So if he's zooming, it's because it's frame dependent, not frame independent. So any number that is frame dependent is one which is effectively not averaging out to its original number over time. So whatever number is currently wrong is one that needs a multiply by Delta Time. So you're clearly using it for timers, but if you're applying like position plus distance multiplied by speed or something, that number needs to be multiplied by Delta Time so that it becomes frame independent.
Okay.
It's a bit confusing without visual aids, but the general principle
No,
is
I get what you're saying. But what if the movement feels good now and I'm afraid to touch it?
Well, hey, if it works, it works. That's always the first rule, right?
Well, because
it just means later on speedrunners might get angry at you once you
this
start, because then you
is-
get to those fun scenarios where people have to lower the frame rate to get good speeds, you know.
Oh, sure, right. Interesting. Because I recently changed the movement already, where previously I had been setting the velocity directly, which I understand now is not great.
That's usually a bad idea. Yeah, you don't.
Well,
really
I know
wanna do
that now.
Yeah.
It overrode a bunch of stuff, and we were trying different things, and we could not get certain aspects to work, like some of the bumpers and things, and they still aren't because of this line that I'm highlighting now. And so what I'm doing is anything that bumps you horizontally or can bump you horizontally turns off the ability to have that horizontal input until the velocity is until a certain period of time.
Makes sense.
Chad is asking about your pronouns.
He, him.
Okay. Yeah, so that's how I'm sort of getting around it.
Yeah, it looks fine. Like, one thing I will say, and this is one of those scratch your head kind of things that frustrates you over time, is a lot of the time you look for, like, what is the right way to move my character using physics or not physics over X amount of time, and you look it up and you realize, oh, there isn't one. That's the answer. The answer is,
the answer is there isn't the right way.
Yeah, there's 500 character controllers. Everyone does it differently. Broadly speaking, it's categorized as whether it's a rigid body-based character controller or not. Rigid body-based one obviously uses the native physics system. Other ones do not. And if you want to get slightly fancier, you can write a really lightweight version of a physics system, which is called Euler integration, with like 5 lines of code again. It's not that. It's literally just you saying, there is position, there is velocity, there is acceleration. Acceleration adds to velocity, velocity adds to the position.
Sure.
So it's really small. But so they're the 3 rough categories. But the short answer is there's no like definitive right answer. It's exclusively game feel. And so what a lot of people do is kind of what you're doing here. They'll just start to expose values in the editor. They'll add just more and more going, well, here's the, like, any number you want, you can multiply it by a value and then, you know, have it in the editor to play with. Or if you want to get slightly fancier, do you know about the animation curves?
I know of them is what I should say. More than I know
So
about
you know
them.
he names them terrible. It's a stupid name. They're not animation curves. They're curves. They're literally just the concept of a curve with a picture. They're really, really handy for a lot of this kind of stuff. So anywhere in any script, you can just write public animation curve, my curve, and you can then draw that same squiggly curve whatever way you like. And then you can sample against it. So any number you pass in, you can say or curve that evaluate number. And then if it's like a 1-to-1, it'll be linear. But if you drag the curve and make it, you know, a sine curve or something, it'll ease the value. And so, long story short, again, if there's certain values that you want to tweak to get game feel right, it's usually just a matter of putting some curves on, defaulting them to linear or something, and then giving yourself more to play with. But yeah, short answer is there's no right
Well, that
answer.
sounds
Unfortunately.
like it would have been something to build with initially, for sure.
As you were saying, if you have a good game feel, then stick with it. That's more important.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time putzing around with it, and I really like where the game feel is at. With the exception of whenever I try to do anything that involves the x-axis, then I get annoyed.
So what I was trying to get at earlier is like it's hard to know exactly why it may not be jumping, but my guess is because you have coyote time and stuff, it should even when it's not, it should still capture it.
Exactly. Like
even when it falls out.
as soon as that that trigger happens, right? As soon as the box collider hits the collider of the seesaw, the teeter-totter, whatever you want to call it.
Exactly, and that's why my first guess was going, okay, well, sensibly, maybe it just isn't detecting. But then because that's not the case, my second guess is, okay, maybe the input's not being captured because it's being caught in some missed frame, but it's not that either. So the only other thing I can think of is you probably have a cooldown timer for jump. Maybe there's a race condition. So what can happen if you have a method, which is like an update loop, you might be ticking the update and then checking it in the same function, but you might be doing one after the other. So it might like end the frame without saying, oh, actually you're free to go again to jump or something. And so maybe even just swapping the ordering or positioning of the countdown timer versus the is allowed to questions. Sometimes that can help. And that was very vague, but again,
No, you're
I
good.
don't know exactly.
I don't have a knowledge base that allows me to then be like, oh, I'll change this.
Yeah, because it's just like if you think about you're doing something linear, you're saying basically timer plus plus, I'm adding some time to it. Then later on, I'm going, oh, if timer has reached a certain point, do this thing or don't do this thing, and then move on. But if that was the other way around, it would run the check this frame and say false. Then it would take the timer up and it wouldn't check again till the next frame. So if it's missing an input, sometimes it can just literally be the order of whether or not you're ticking a timer or checking the value.
I have another question, and this is important.
Mhm.
Because I don't have any money, but should I be paying you for this? Because it feels like I should be paying you for this.
Fine.
Okay.
Well,
Well, you're talking about being a freelance consultant and whatnot, and I've done that work for video editing. So I was like, listen.
Here's my brutally honest thing. I've actually gotten asked that a few times.
Yeah.
My answer is
Not yet.
If I wanted to get paid for doing this stuff, it wouldn't be game dev, because game dev traditionally don't have a lot of money. The consulting I do tends to be more for people who are like have a publishing deal and are doing launching of their titles.
Sure.
As for the people who are in this kind of thing, truth is
The people who have been doing this for 3 weeks.
yeah, I wouldn't be hiring me in that situation, and so therefore I don't expect that kind of deal. For me, it's more like here's why it's valuable to me. Because a lot of people go, okay, well then it's a lot of work on your part. Well, for me, I do teaching and education, and so where people get stuck is actually valuable information. It's kind of like playtesters for your game, right? I get to figure out what are the sticking points. How do people have issues with things that are phrased in Unity? How can I phrase things to make it better? So it's valuable for me from a sort of building an understanding of new people to Unity. So
I'm helping you right now. You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to pay you, but it averages out. Put it that way.
There you go. We'll call it a wash. I like it. But yeah, I mean, this is all that I have for the jump code, and I don't understand why. Because I've got a jump buffer in there. I've got coyote time in there.
Well, the other part of it too is the add force, right? So
Yeah.
add force for impulse is like you're adding force to it, and then it'll apply the forces. So another weird possible scenario is maybe you are in fact adding the force.
They are super, yeah.
But it's not doing the jump till the next tick or frame. So it might not, or it might be like adding twice and then doing a single jump, and so it mightn't feel like you're getting the jump you expected.
That's interesting. That could be
Pure
it.
guesswork, because
No. That could be it, because right now I've got it set so that it's before it applies that add force, it's zeroing out your Y velocity. Well, but then it should still happen even if it zeroes it out once.
The other thing, just as an interesting test, is you've got a lot of conditions blocking jump, and so
really do.
realistically, the likelihood then becomes that's more likely than anything else, right? The question
Yeah.
becomes, did it run the second jump? So what I would do is I would test the expected values of those at the moment of doing a jump. So maybe even like just before that, like above handle jump, maybe print the values of those individual ones, and at the moment it fails, read the values and go, which one is not in the state I expected it to be.
Sure. Well, what's goofy is it's still creating those dust particles, which is this line here.
Yeah.
That's the only line that does it that is attached to the jump. And I don't know.
And it's not firing twice, so it is definitely
Yeah.
like running through this once, but not doing the force.
Yeah,
as expected.
exactly. So
Is jump speed is that a static variable or is that calculated?
that's
somewhere?
a serialized variable.
So yeah, it's probably just a hard-coded number that's won't be changing. Yeah, I mean, it as you said, it looks perfectly sound to me. I don't really see anything in particular.
Okay.
That's why my guess originally, and I'm still kind of sticking to it, is it feels more like it doesn't do the jump when it thinks it should. I know the metric is going by the dust particles, but something tells me that maybe it is the force though. Yeah, but because normally it's more. This normally comes into play with collisions where the collisions don't really have like. From an Occam's razor perspective, it feels like when you've got 5 candidates that could stop a jump happening.
One of them's probably
versus-
fucking stopping the jump.
Yeah,
happening.
right. It just seems more likely to be that than because if it is the physics system is relatively, for lack of a better word, stupid. It's just aggregating numbers, and then at one point it kicks all the numbers off at one go. Impulse, the force type application can be different as well, depending whether, like, if you're using acceleration, it would be adding it as an additional accelerator, but it's impulse, which means it should be a kick value. Yeah, I don't see anything glaring here. There's nothing
great.
like standing out in the mistake.
As long as it's not something stupid that I'm doing. I mean, like you were saying, and this has been a probably what I would consider a Band-Aid option, is I put a capsule collider around the box collider and then just put it as a trigger, which is being seen by my box cast as it stands right now, to make it feel better. And what I could do is at these ends is just add like a little, like another like tertiary bulb on it to see if that would make it.
And you're not turning any scripts on or off, are you?
No.
Or turning, okay. Because that's this is another gotcha that you will come across at some point later in your career, which is if you're using on trigger enter and on trigger exit, if you enter a trigger and then go, oh, I'm done with the trigger, I can turn it off now, it won't fire the exit because you didn't.
Oh, sure, because
technically
if
exit
you
the
fired
trigger.
it, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
and so people get
this
caught-
trigger is not doing anything aside from acting as a collider that's not actually colliding. So it's only ever to, as it stands right now, which I'm sure is not the best way to do it, but it's meant just to make the whole thing feel better. But it's at these ends when the thing can move at its fastest that I can't get over being able to just play.
And I'm
not-
guessing, not being a capsule and using a box, obviously you're going to end up clipping the corners. But I'm guessing that doesn't fix that problem either, does it?
I haven't tried. I mean, right now it extends past the box if you look, like significantly. So it's plausible, but it seems to be tied to more than anything the speed of the rotation of the seesaw.
Oh, of course, I got it.
Yeah.
I've got it.
Okay.
I know what it is.
Eureka!
Speed. When you said speed, it clicked for me. What is your physics collision mode set to on the rigid body?
Regular.
So rigid body 2D, if you expand it out, there's a bunch of options.
I've got dynamic.
Right. So there's dynamic and continuous, etc. So basically, there's different ways with which it does sampling at the rate of going. How should I check? Sorry, not that one. Collision detection. There's discrete.
It is currently
and
discrete.
So discrete is more of a like passive collision. If you want continuous, that pulls it at a higher rate, more useful for fast moving objects.
Fucking click.
So that might be the thing.
Hold on. I just tried to jump and that didn't work. Oh, we did it again there. But strangely jumped after I... Oh, there's it again. Yeah. Nope, still happening. But the
Although just as general, I would keep
just in
that
general,
on.
I should have that on. Yeah.
Yeah, so without like, it's not as big of a deal for say a character controller. It's more of a bullet thing. If you're doing a bullet, because think about it doing a tick rate of it. Like if you're moving a fast-moving object, it's going, did I collide? Did I collide? Did I collide? At like every X number of frames. There's a theoretical world where something moves so fast that in frame 1 it's before the wall, frame 2 it's after the wall, and it
Sure.
completely misses the conceptual collision. So continuous does the interim frames. There's even better ways to do it later on, where you literally raycast between the 2 points and do some extra magic. But conceptually, yeah, continuous is good for
Okay,
things that are intended
so
to be fast.
then I have speed fall clamping on right now. Like fall speed clamping. I said that weird. Because if you fell fast enough, you would go through some colliders. Is
Yeah,
that
that's
what,
always a
that-
problem.
Is that what the continuous collision detection would have potentially solved?
It doesn't stop it completely, but it does mean that it won't.
Okay.
It's less likely to miss the kinds of collisions that would occur during that process.
So I should
But it's still possible
have...
to kind of get to it. Yeah, I'd keep it on as well.
Okay. Yeah, right, Nicklimdal? Yeah, there's that. Didn't jump again. The problem is that it feels awful. Where you're just like, I hit jump game. Fuck you. And again. And it only happens like really far out at the edges. But that's where you tend to land. So it's a problem.
Well, I will say, so this is not a coding specific thing, but just a big part of my gig when I work with people is debugging stuff, precisely these kinds of scenarios. And what a lot of people try to do in solving these problems is they try to holistically solve the whole problem, when realistically it's a house of cards of assumptions. You're going, I assume my jump input happened, I'm assuming I collided correctly, I
Sure.
assume the value's in the right places. And so the easiest way to validate, and often where you get caught off on this, is basically test those core assumptions. So when I debug this, I specifically go through the basics and I go, okay, print at the start of the method and go, did jump, and just verify that it should always be the case, it looks the case, but just check if that happens. And then step 2 would be to go in and then do a print a message on the collision or on the flag set, going flag set, and just hit those few 2 or 3 things that I'm assuming happens. And then normally something will stand out as, well, that's weird, and then it's much easier to kind of chunk the problem to a smaller portion of the code.
Yeah, so I mean, it's sort of exactly what you're saying. Like, check those 5 flags that I have to see if you can jump, and then
Yeah, because
Go
it
from
seems
there.
the most likely. The other option, like you said, is because, again, go back to Occam's razor, it's either something to do with one of the 6 flags, or one of the methods jumping, or one of the collision detection things, or Unity physics is broken.
Which one's more likely? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, trust me, Unity physics breaks a lot. That's definitely, it's not immune to that. But more often than not, it's usually a condition check.
Where is it again?
Have you tried turning on the collision debugger? I know I'm probably throwing more at you, but there's a window which literally gives you some debug information about collision.
Go on.
I've not used it for 2D, but I'm assuming it works the same way.
Okay.
Up in Windows, there's literally one of the options there somewhere is collision debugging, and it just sort of changes colors and gives you some nice extra feedback. Analysis, maybe? I don't use it often enough, so I'm not sure exactly where it is.
Analysis sounds
But there's a-
like a place to be.
There's a lot of magical extra.
Oh, physics
features in
debugger, here we go.
somewhere. Yeah, there you go. So if you just happen to have that window open, you'll get a little extra. Look, if you look at the bottom, you'll get like some extra information about collisions
Okay.
that are happening. Each of these tools are infinitely complicated enough to learn by themselves, so it's hard to figure
Sure.
out how they're going to help you. But it's usually just good to know when they're there, because they sometimes give you, like, you notice it flashes a little bit and changes color and detects collisions and things.
Where? So tracked object 0. Should I be tracking an object within it to be able to have it work?
I think you have to select the object first. So select the
With Shift D. Oh, it doesn't work right now. Right in editor. Got it. not showing up.
Oh, sorry. I mean, like, click the actual the object with the collider for the spinning thing. Is it selected?
It is currently selected. What? So I had.
Strange.
Yeah.
I
Also,
admit this tool is a little bit newer to me. I tend to use Frame Debugger more than I use.
No, that's
physics
right.
one.
And you said ahead of time that it is mostly for 3D, which makes sense.
Yeah. The predominant problem you're solving traditionally is when you get into weird scenarios of multiple layers of things colliding. I don't know if you've seen the collision matrix thing later, but you get into the thing where you want certain objects, like maybe you want bullets to collide with certain things, but
Sure.
not the player can walk through them or whatever, and so you can make up collision matrices, and then trying to debug that becomes a real nightmare. So having a visual tool for that is really
Sure,
helpful.
that makes sense. Yeah, it might be more for 3D. Interesting. Well, on that note, where's the analysis? What else we got? Physics debugger? That's where we're at. I'm done. I was like, that sounds perfect. That's where we have.
And Frame Debugger is just good to know, by the way, in general. It's less useful for right now, but when you start getting into UI, and you inevitably will, a lot of people don't know about this one, and it's really, really handy. What it does is it literally shows what goes into drawing a frame. And so later on, performance will be an issue, and you realize that you might be drawing lots of things that you don't need to. Here's a very subtle example, without going too detailed. So you use a texture and a shader to make a material, and that material is what you draw on your object. And then if through code you change any property about that material, you change its color, you change the shader effect of the glow or something, it instantiates a brand new material. Now, one material is not that bad, but if you've got 100 enemies and you do that,
And then you're instantiating 100 materials.
100 items, exactly.
Yeah.
Now there's a hackier way to do that, or there's different solutions. One of them is if it uses what's called a shared material, you can modify the shared material properties, but it will affect all of them. Then you can't individually change the color. But sometimes you do want to individually change the color, but not have to instantiate any materials. So there's a whole concept called property blocks, where you basically set a bunch of changes. You use the singular material, and then you say, okay, draw that one, but then change these properties on top of it. Again, none of this is super important right now, but when you start doing the frame debugging stuff and the performance stuff later, it's very useful to know when you do what's called breaking a batch, because it means that the internal drawing system goes, oh, this is actually a different thing now, it's a different color, so I have to draw it separately. And so you might end up drawing 100 individual unique things, when with a bit of clever understanding of what's going on, you can draw one set of 100 things.
Sure,
It's like a painted single thing. So that one's a really useful one just to know that's there. But again, it's more of a UI thing. UI is a real nightmare for that, because if you have like an image, a label, an image, and a label, it'll draw 3 batches. But if you draw a label, and an image, just in the hierarchy, literally you swap the order in the hierarchy, it'll be more performance, just because it'll draw the 2 texts together. It just gets into really wacky territory.
Interesting. Okay. And I can't imagine that's something that I'm going to really see.
Honestly, most indie games won't even this doesn't
Yeah.
even become a thing, even at like large indie games, because normally people will even just turning groups of objects, like making a point of as you climb, you maybe turn off the rendering of lower objects. There's
Yeah,
general
that's something that I've
colors.
not done yet.
Thankfully, it will do most of it for you. There's a great thing for frustum culling.
Oh, really?
So as the camera moves up the frame, it'll actually automatically do that for you. If you mark objects as static that are physically not moving.
Talk to me about
There's a
marking
little
them as
checkbox in the
static.
top right corner. So say take any of those platforms that don't move, that don't actually ever physically move the render or the objects. You click any one of those and hit the top right. There's a little static checkbox, but there's also a drop down beside it with a bunch of extra options. And so static is just static all of the things, but there's different kinds of static. There's batching static, which is what we talked about for drawing. In other words, this won't move, so you can safely draw it here. Occlusion static is the one we're talking about with the rendering, where it's basically saying, because this lives here, if the camera moves away from it, you can safely turn it off, because it will never move in a way that'll ever be needed to be shown. And then you've got a bunch of other ones like reflection probe static, which is basically when I do reflections like in water, should this be here? Is this reliably going to be here that I should include it in the reflection, and so on. So each one of them just does a different trigger to the engine, like GI is global illumination. Like if I do lights, will I use this object as a blocker for lights? So broadly speaking, if you've got things like walls and buildings, you just hit the checkbox and then go, cool, do all of the things. The same around like navigation and AI. It just basically says this thing is a thing in the world. You can safely assume it never moves. You can get into the nitty gritty later, but fundamentally, if you've got a physically static shaped object, hit the checkbox. It's good to go.
So you're saying that should be checked on every single thing that I have?
Everything that's not like that has anything that doesn't have a rigid body that you're moving effectively. If you have a rigid body that's moving a thing, like you're spinning your basic might be a lot. And again, all of this is like probably way out of scope. Like you don't need to really care about anything. This is just.
Well, I mean, I've got it all prefab, so I just go through all the prefabs, and then that should do it. Well, there's not that many prefabs where it's insurmountable.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to like I said, all of this stuff is really like there's people who've worked on a game for 2 years who do none of this stuff, and then only then start to hit a problem, and then they might ask someone like me to go, oh, here's like 6 checkboxes, which will speed things up. But just understanding a little bit of basics. You don't actually need to know much of this stuff. This is just more, I guess, while we're looking at it, fun Unity trivia.
Sure, yeah, no, that's great. I'm gonna, as we were talking, gonna go through and mark static on all of this shit.
And if you do find yourself in that situation where you try to move something and it does this weird thing where like the renderer moves but the collider stays in the original place, that's because it's marked as static. So that's basically.
When you're talking about moving, does that include rotation probably?
Yes, like if you had a moving platform, for example, and it was like moving left and right, then it would, if you marked that as static, your physical shape would move. But whenever you looked in the editor, the box that was drawn.
Got it. So don't mark those as static.
Yeah. But either way, like the thing is, it's a check. But you can try it, see if it breaks something, and just uncheck it if it doesn't. Right.
Fair enough.
But as a general rule, the more things you can mark as static, broadly better for your game once you start getting it. And if you ever want to see these stats, if you hit the little stats checkbox in the top right corner of the game view, it will literally tell you how many things it sees in the world, what it's drawing, how many verts, all of that stuff.
190 frames per second. We're doing great.
Yeah, you're perfectly fine. The parts I was talking about were things like there's something called calls. So think of it like
it's got 9
the classic. Yeah, like so the Model T Ford being the classic example, right? Where you're basically saying I manufacture something, or I manufacture widgets, and I've got a line of things that I'm manufacturing. Batches are kind of like the machine has certain tools plugged into it, and every time you have to switch to a different, like I'm going to make red cars, so I make red cars and I put them through. Then I'm now making blue houses, and so that's now having to change what batches I'm making. But set pass calls might be this red car has spots, and so now I have to switch a different part of the tool. It's not the whole assembly line, but I have to modify a piece of the machinery to switch to a different thing. And in practice, that basically means switch shader or switch something. So each of these are like part of the process, and the more avoiding of these you can do, all the better.
All right. As you were talking just then, I marked everything that could be marked as static.
So I guess the first thing is try it, make sure nothing broke. That's usually a good safe bet.
Totally fair to say.
And totally get that reference, Wolfie. It's a good reference to the classic.
You can have any color as long as it's black. Well, I have a question for my game view. How can I make it so that is locked to the actual camera?
Free aspect, top left. That's a big one. That's often very annoying. Free aspect means I can scale to whatever. Editing, but
16 by 9 aspect always. Please and thank you.
I do exactly the same thing. It's infuriating.
It's very frustrating. Well, it was frustrating because I initially had an instance where somebody wasn't able to see a platform that they could jump to, and they had to just like hope that it was there. So we had to. I had to move it over some because I was able to see it in my free aspect view, but not able to see it in the 16 by 9. Man, while I have you here, I feel like I want to ask you. All right, that DK didn't do it.
By the way, you can do the 1080 thing as well for the UI. You have a UI canvas. It's worth knowing that the default canvas will also be equally as kind of freewheeling in how it scales. So you can do a canvas scaler on it to lock it to that same resolution.
I forgot to mark my windmills after I had to remake them as ground. Oops. When I hear mark things as static, sets alarm bells off for me. Well, when I'm talking about platforms that are just there and never actually move at all. So anything that rotates, I didn't mark as static, which is a fair few things.
Yeah, because for example, one of the windows, I think if you go to window, is it rendering? One of them is occlusion culling. Like there's literally an option under that to see occlusions, and you can actually see objects turning on and off as you move the camera scope from the scene.
Oh, I would be very interested in that. Pause. Where is this now?
Oh, and Control Shift P pauses if that's a little fun tip as well.
Oh, that's also good to know.
Control P and Control Shift P are your two for pausing and playing.
Oh.
Yeah, so one of the, I think it's under window, is it lighting? I have all of these locked into presets, so I never remember.
Sure, so you never actually have to remember where they are. I'm the same way. So I'm a career video editor, so I'm Premiere Pro. Sometimes people will be like, hey, how do you do this?
I'm a Premiere Pro guy myself.
Yeah,
all
right on.
I was going to say. Yeah.
So when people are like, hey, how do you do this? Say again?
Did you use like tour boxes, or do you use any of the custom keyboards and stuff?
I have a macro pad that I have with a bunch of macros built into it.
Is it the Creator Kit one with the?
No, not even.
Magnetized one?
It's a. I know exactly what you're talking about, but no, it's actually a Razer Tartarus Pro.
Oh yeah.
That I have.
It's a gaming keypad. Yeah.
Yep. That I've got set up, and movements are so automatic right now that whenever I have to edit on like someone else's machine and I don't have that, it slows me down so much. It's nuts. I forget what I was looking
for. The classic, like, do they use Ripple Edit? That's the magic trick. If you don't know about Ripple Edit, you're still a beginner in Premiere.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so I think it's under
rendering lighting.
Occlusion culling.
Occlusion culling. There you go. Boop. What am I looking at?
I'm seeing what the stream catches up.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So visualization, maybe.
And
so if you basically pull the scene view and the game view, in theory, anything that is outside of the game view you're presently rendering, you should be able to physically see in the scene view that the objects get like turned off.
Oh. Huh.
Now, the one caveat with the way occlusion works is if even so much as 1 pixel of something is within the frame, it'll still draw.
Sure.
So the trick is what you want to do. You can set up things like occlusion areas and get more fancy, but the broad thing is avoid things which have large spans to them. So for example, I think like your mesh for your walls or floors are all one thing.
They are.
And so if you show that, what's going to end up happening is if I see like 5 pixels of the floor, it's going to draw every part of all of the walls and the ceiling as well. But if they were just 4 things, it would only ever draw the one. Again, small scale here, doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, sure.
But as the project starts to grow, it's one of those things to think about, is that you don't group things together by what they are. Like you don't group all of the ice platforms. You instead group all of the things that would feasibly be within a camera area, you know?
That's how I have my grouping. Oh, I understand what you're saying. So if it was within the same group and... Yeah, I get what you mean. So if exactly like you're saying, where all of the ice platforms, for whatever reason, were in one group to group all the ice platforms, if you could see any ice platform, all of them are then being drawn. Right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Ooh. Oh, it hasn't happened in a while, and I didn't do anything to fix it. So maybe you have an idea of this. So for a moving platform, let's see if I can jump back on it. Actually, I'll use my little cheat. It happened that the movement on it was really, 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 really slow for some reason, and it fixed itself, which is to say that no one else has reported it. But it used to be like every other one of these that I would land on, the movement while on it would just be super goofy.
So normally that would be if you imagine I'm adding velocity to move myself forward, and then the platform is moving in a direction, and you compound those different vectors, you often have to remove the velocity of one to do the other, and so you get into this weird scenario where even if I'm moving forward, I mightn't have moved forward enough to cause enough forward velocity to counteract the coming opposing velocity, and so it kind of causes a weird speed up and slow down, right? It's like a common mistake people make when they first do these is they do like the platform you'll inherit the velocity, and so the act of landing on the platform means you get your velocity added to that, and you end up like flying off like a rocket. So
Oh, sure.
yeah, it's usually just to do with whether your platform is directly contributing velocity to your character or not, and in which direction it's happening. So oftentimes what you want to do is instead normalize incoming velocity. So basically set the vector to not normalize, so there's no strength value, and then you set a strength value of whatever the actual.
Sure. Well, what I've got right now is that it just sets the duck to child of the object.
Yeah, that works too for most of these cases. Yeah.
Man, I'm going to start writing all the questions that I have down. The next time that you pop into stream, I'm going to just pick your brain like crazy.
Sounds good.
What else we got? You talked about other things when you first popped in, like visualizing with gizmos instead of like I've got my little square and ellipse here. So just help me visualize like where to jump and that. But you said you could do that with gizmos.
Yeah. So did you place those, or are they like physically meshes that you've added? Right?
Those are 2D objects that are child game objects of the Ducky object.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So if you want to do that, we can do a real quick example to kind of show you how that works.
Sure. And I've done, like I said, I've done it with my my box clatter.
Yeah, so I guess the first thing to note is there's two magic functions, and by the way,
Moon, how
magic
you
function
doing?
in Unity is what we call any of those functions that are like void on something, and Unity does magic that makes it work. For those people listening who know a little bit about it, just a little tip: a lot of people think it uses reflection, and reflection is one of those scary monster words in C# where people are like, you can't use reflection, it's really slow. It actually doesn't use reflection. A lot of people don't realize that C# is built on top of the C++ engine for Unity. So there's a lot of what's called marshalling back and forth. So there's actually a lot of the code you write gets compiled down and stuff. So effectively it's a list of magic functions. So basically don't worry too much about calling those, although in general they're bad for performance, but it's a whole different thing. Anyway, my point is to say there's a whole bunch of magic functions people don't realize. For example, there's on became visible, on became invisible that you can use for when something was camera called, if you want to like run a piece of code, like turn off some logic or something. Then other ones are like on draw gizmos, and then there's on draw gizmos selected.
Yeah.
So there's two that are there, and then as they sound like, on draw gizmos will always run, on draw gizmos selected will run when you select that object. It can be very useful to toggle on or off only visible ranges around an object that you're clicking.
Not me.
Yeah, so that will now only show if you happen to click the object. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. What?
And no, again, sometimes you want both. Sometimes what I'll actually do to be a bit cheeky is I'll put a boolean called always on. I will literally draw both of them, and I will move the code to its own function called do the actual drawing, and then I'll say if always on, draw gizmos.
Sure.
If not, draw unselected. It gets a bit chunky and messy, but functionally it's sometimes quite nice to have a check for it.
Yeah, just to be able to turn it off. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess the idea being is you've got draw lines. There's a few
Actually,
others
I guess
built
I want
in,
this on.
like there's draw ray, there's draw sphere, there's draw wire, sphere, there's draw circle, etc. There's a whole bunch of different options. They're all as it sounds like. You can keep changing it. The two big things to note about this is the way this works is it draws it in sequence. And so there's a gizmos class, and you set properties. You're basically it uses like an immediate mode process for drawing. So effectively, think of it like a single paintbrush. You have to modify the properties of the paintbrush. One of them is called the matrix. You can say modify the space it draws in, and all subsequent draws come from that. I wouldn't worry too much about that. The second one's probably more interesting, which is you can always write gizmos.color. So anytime before you do a draw, if you write gizmo.color equals, you can draw a color in those different areas. So to repeat all of that, to clear the point, debug.draw line that you've got there is not actually a gizmo. You can actually draw a debug.draw line anywhere. It doesn't have to be in the on-draw gizmos. That's actually just a general draw a line. Gizmos are a different thing. Gizmos are a specific kind of drawing, which uses the gizmos namespace. So there's literally gizmos dot, and there's a whole bunch of different draws. And so basically all similar kinds of fun stuff. And the only difference to note here is there's no real color properties on gizmos. You have to write gizmo.color equals, and you set the color for the paintbrush, then you draw the stuff, then you do another gizmo, and so on and so on.
Is it like yellow? Something like that. Hey, May. May, this is our new friend Jason, and he has taken over the stream. I'm no longer streaming. I am just doing what he tells me. Brilliant and very helpful. Right. So the draw sphere. Moonglade, that's fun. What did you think of the Marvels? I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I'm the monkey hands. He is the brain. Just being very helpful, and giving a bunch of tips for Unity. Gizmo sounds a lot like HTML/JavaScript.
My internet dropped out there.
Oh, you're good. Sorry. Dang, man. Well, I don't want to keep up much more of your time. Also, I know that it's very late for you.
Yeah, I've got about 50 more minutes, and then I'm going to bounce
Okay.
because I've got a couple of meetings and things tomorrow. But yeah, I don't mind if for another 10 minutes or so, and then
Right
we'll
on.
go. So I guess the last thing I'll note on all of this is gizmos are great. You can do all the different draws and lines things, and I would just say generally get into the habit of doing that. One of the best ones is things like sight lines. Like one of the most common ones is
Sure.
just drawing. So you can draw ray, for example, which will literally say draw ray at position, comma, and then forward for my object, and it'll draw, or in this case, right or left, or whichever one you want. And it just gives you a really nice visible line of direction. It's good for detecting stuff later. But the last bit, the one that the kind of the point of demonstrating this is there's annoyingly no
Gotcha,
draw
okay.
label. There's no like inherent way to just naturally draw a label using that system. And that to me, I think, is the most valuable portion, because I will take almost any smart object or complicated object that will be doing things. And when you're debugging these kinds of problems, it's really nice to just put a little piece of text over its head and go, put whatever you want there. Like I
Yeah,
often
let's
put the
let's
state status.
do that, because right now I have from this at this point it's vestigial, and I could just be changing the animation state absolutely directly. But I've got a state machine for all of my different ducky states. And what you're saying is I could have it so that there's a little text above his head that says falling, flapping, jumping, whatever.
Exactly, yeah, because then it can be helpful later when something's in a weird state and it does a weird thing.
How quickly do you think you can show me how to do that?
Oh, it's real quick. Just
Awesome.
the only it would be more complicated had we not done the editor thing earlier, because now I can cover one of the extra bits. So the way you do that is I would just make, in this case we can just grab the current, unless you're probably storing it as a variable somewhere, right? Or you have the active state as a string or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just do all of this in the gizmo draw, and we'll just basically print it to the screen at the position of the object with some kind of offset.
Well, because the gizmo draw only shows up in the editor, right?
Oh yeah, so anything here will only show up in the editor. If you want it to be in game, you'd have to actually make a label, and so for that you'd be using a Canvas and TextMesh Pro and that kind of stuff. There's no native way to draw it that way, unfortunately. All text is handled. You'd have to like do a rendering. I exclusively mean it as like a debug tool.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking. Well, particularly with what we were just looking at with that jump not happening, it'd be very helpful to see that it changed.
Yeah,
that.
well, we can do that then. So, are you using? So have you ever used a World Space Canvas?
Maybe, but I don't know that by name. By World Space Canvas, do you mean like?
No, when you make Canvas in Unity, you just go like create new canvas. It's this giant thing that's resolution is set to the actual resolution of your screen.
Yeah.
And it draws it like a painting layer. It'll say draw canvas. But you can do a second thing where you make a canvas and you set it to in the drop down to world space. And then it's just like, cool, I'm just a thing that exists now. And then you can just scale it down, put it in the world, and it's like a little mini screen you can draw things onto. And so, in short, if you want to have a thing hovering over an icon or a health bar or something, you make an entire quote-unquote canvas. You set its resolution to something much smaller. It can even be like, a thin rectangle or something. And then you just treat it like any other UI element, and you just draw text onto that instead. The only difference is it'll be scaled humongously. So what you do is you have to set it scale to like 0.01
Sure.
because in the like Unity world space, it's still
Yeah,
using
well, like
pixel units.
how the frickin'. Well, I guess we're not able to see it right now, but the canvas is
it's huge.
like
yeah,
this.
it's
Yeah,
huge.
yeah.
Yeah, so it would do the same thing. So traditionally, what people do is you'd make you'd make a game object and you'd call it something like screen or something, and then underneath that you'd place a canvas, and then you set that canvas to world space, and you'd shrink that one down to like 0.01, and now you've got like a nice thing you can move around and just place text on and put a label on.
How complicated is it then to change that label?
Well, label is just what I would do is I would put a script on that canvas and call it like status box.
Is
or
this
something.
complicated enough that you should go to bed before we would actually be able to do
No,
this?
no. I mean, I have no problem doing it. It's just the problem is with the stream delay, right? It's a little bit of a visual
sure.
delay between
Yeah.
us talking and seeing it. But no, it's really straightforward. It's just So make a game object, slap a
I'm
canvas.
gonna
under
call it status.
Yep, status is good.
I'm also gonna. Okay. And then
And so,
make it a
yeah.
world canvas, you would say?
Yeah, so I'd say underneath this object. So I just say make a new game object and call it. Make a new object of canvas. So you can just say right click, create UI canvas. I think.
All right.
So under UI, so
Yep.
canvas. Yep. And so now it's now made another giant canvas, but we don't want another giant canvas. We want this to be like a localized one. And so in the render mode on the right, you can set it from overlay to world space.
To answer your question before, no, I've not done world space canvas.
Cool. So now this resolution is kind of independent. This is like its size, but again, that's like pixels per inch of the drawing of it. So that's kind of less helpful. Like you don't want to scale it down to a 10 by 10 pixel box. That's not very useful to you. You still want a high resolution for drawing, but you want it to be small visibly in the game. And so for that, you keep that at a decent resolution for now, but then set the actual scale to 0.01 or something, and that'll shrink it down to a more reasonable game size.
Oh, no, that
You have to do it across all three axes.
could have just clicked that button, but whatever.
And so in position, set your three positions to 0, 0, 0. So it's sort of rooted underneath the status object.
Done. Oh,
So now, in
yeah,
theory,
this
you
little,
can
this little guy.
Yeah. So now you can technically grab that. And what I like to do, for example, is drag status underneath the duck and then just, again, 0, 0, 0, and it'll snap onto him. And then we just sort of scale it, move it over his head, and set it to a reasonable size. So you can actually right-click transform, for example, and then there should be an option that says reset in the top right. There's a bunch of options there on the transform.
Oh. Okay, so then should I be able to see?
So
this
I
box
usually
now?
do, yeah. So I usually do like 800 by 600 for the something like that for the actual canvas, and then the status you just move it into place. If you want to make it easier, maybe we'll put an actual image on it so it'll draw a colored box and we can actually move it easier rather than moving a hollowed out thing. So if you just right click canvas and go image, it'll create a new image on it. Oh, sorry, I mean on the left under
Yep.
the thing.
Yep.
You
I
can
figured that out
add
after I
child.
clicked it.
So yeah, UI, and then all the things you could add to the UI are there, and so one of them
Oh,
is
okay,
just
there we go.
image.
Sure. I mean, right now we
And
just
so-
have a blank
Yeah.
image.
But the image will default to 100 by 100, so it doesn't scale relative to the size of the canvas. So if you click the top left, this little kind of looks like a crosshair, and it has a center and
Yeah.
something else I can't remember on it. If you click that, but then hold Shift and Alt, Oh, sorry, underneath that, yeah, that one there. Hold Shift and Alt, and at the bottom right, there's an option there for like stretch canvas. This doesn't really matter too much. It's to do with anchorings and all that stuff. What that does, it basically just says fill up your parent space and lock to the corners. So now, as we resize the parent canvas, it will keep that at the right side. You don't have to keep nudging it and moving it, which is quite handy.
I'm gonna
that's
lower the alpha.
different colors using exactly, yeah. So with that, we can now you could say grab the canvas above it, and this time pull out the scale tool and just like manually shrink that one down.
Grab the canvas above it, pull up the scale tool.
And so if you do QWE, it jumps between your 3 tools. You can like that. You'll get used to that pretty quick as you're moving between your main tools. So yeah, you do the scale and then just sort of shrink it and just place it over the duck's head so that white box is like a readable text size.
I'm not. Here we go. Or, but I don't think I'm hitting the right thing here. Change
Oh
the
yeah, that's
canvas.
anchors. You can just literally grab the scaling, the normal scale shape in the corner. See the white box in the middle. Those 3 axes are that little scale tool, the kind of the green, red, blue, and white.
It seems to be having an issue.
Should be fine.
There's nothing to make. Like when I click on the image, then I get the anchor bits. Am I doing it wrong?
No, it's perfectly fine. Like you should be able to scale the canvas. You can always, I guess, type it in if it's not scaling for you nicely. But again, I think with the reset, it's moved the scale. It just go back to like 0.01 or whatever makes sense. So what you want to do, again, the 2 numbers that matter is the width and height need to be a sensible resolution. So
But again, change the scale, not the actual width and height.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it still keeps a high density but draws small.
Copy.
And the idea is 0.01 is a good starting metric, but based on you've got a small character, you may want to like move that further. Or
It's really tiny, yeah. Let's do half that. All right.
Cool. And so I guess first we'll move him like directly into a sensible place. So basically leave canvas as an object alone now. We're only going to deal with either its children or its status. So the status above, for example. Yeah, there we go. That's what
you were trying to get me to do before. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't know why I wasn't working.
Well, I was clicking on the edges and not on the center or the not that though. The other tool. Okay.
Yeah. So if you go to status now, status should also have like offset values. We want status to be zeroed out in position. So that, and it should be 1, 1, 1. So we've now got like a weird scenario where multiple things have different scales and they're sort of playing off each other.
Over here, yeah.
Yeah. Now what you want to do is retain 1, 1, 1 across status, because you get into weird places if everything is like scales on scales. So for some reason this one's now the wrong. So this should just be statically 1 all the time.
So
the only thing that's ever off scale should be canvas.
Got it. So static. I understand. That's weird. Must have been put on as clicking on stuff before.
Yeah, and so so now you just sort of just shrink this one. So that's probably as a canvas. We can go a little smaller. Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah.
So there you go. So now you can just put some text on it. So same thing as we did with the image. You can just right click and add Text Mesh Pro text is probably the one you want.
Under the canvas. That much I know how to do.
Just make sure you're using Text Mesh Pro. Good. Sometimes the old one's still there. Just write yourself a nice message as a test of jumping or whatever status label you want.
Yeah, I'm just gonna call it text for now.
Cool. And then maybe change its color to make it a bit easier to read. And personally, I like to turn off the background box, but again, it's there as a good reference point. And just like we did before, the actual size of this text, if you notice, it's 200 by 50. So it's doing this weird wrapping because it's quite small. Now you can try to nudge it and do the guesswork yourself, or just like we did before, you can hit the top left little button and say auto always match this canvas, because realistically you probably just want it to be the size of the canvas. Or you can center it, either way. Like there's no hard rules to this. It's just these are just like different ways to set up your text.
Sure.
Right, so that's the bare basics. We now have text. You could change scales and sizes. To actually change it, this gets to the important part. On status, just make a script on it. I usually use a prefix of
Should
UI
I
underscore.
rename the text to something?
You can. I usually use the word label, but again, it's entirely none of this stuff particularly
Label
matters.
works for me. And then I'm gonna do one more thingy. Yeah. Okay.
Nice. There we go.
And then
yeah.
I can get rid of that damn image.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's just hide it for now, in case I decide that I want it later. Okay.
Look at you using the hide tools like a pro.
Hell yeah.
So on status, we slap a script on to manage this object. My personal preference is to use UI underscore as a prefix for UI scripts, but you don't have to. And then just call it whatever, status box or status indicator or something to that effect.
All right. UI status indicator.
That's good. Right. So the first this is just a fun thing, and you'll see this if you start looking at online tutorials. So TextMesh Pro was added later. Unity used to use a different text solution, and then TextMesh Pro was a paid asset, and then they bought it because it's objectively better in every single way.
That's what I've heard.
Without getting into this whole thing called sign distance fields and how it works and how it leads to much sharper image, it's the whole thing. But from your perspective, there's two kinds of text technically. There's just text I want to render in this scene, and then there's UI text. Now you can technically do both. Text that you draw on the scene is just like a sprite, like everything else you're doing. And if you just want the text, we could do that. But I find the flexibility of using a UI canvas means you could add images, you could do different stuff. All of this is to say, there's two ways to talk about text in TextMesh Pro. And a lot of people end up writing these big, long, convoluted things. Technically, the name for the thing you need, like we call this UI status indicator. The name for the text in TextMesh Pro is actually like UI, GUI, TextMesh Pro. But you don't need any of that. All you need is just write TMP underscore text. That's the global shared name for a TextMesh Pro text. So that's the variable type we're referencing.
Sure. Okay.
And so I just call this label, same as we called the other one.
I've got it labeled with, well, that's going to annoy me.
And then the two options for showing in the editor is you either mark it public so it can be serialized, or you put a serialized field attribute over the top so it can be serialized. They both serve the same purpose. They're both basically telling Unity, serialize this so you can see it in the editor.
So, wait, did
Always goes before the type, so it's public text.
I realized that after I did it.
Yeah, sorry,
no, it's okay. It's not embarrassing at all.
If it makes you feel better, I hate coding live because I get super anxiety around it.
Yeah, no,
It
it's
doesn't
great.
matter if
It's great when you do
yeah.
something really dumb, like put public like after.
So you've got that now, and so all you need to do is to set that value, make a method called public void set text or something.
Let's do some cleanup here. Oops.
Yeah, you can
Not that
get rid of
much
the update too. You probably won't need that.
All right, so then we got. Yeah, right. Super, 100%. Just what Super the Underdog in my chat said, that when you appreciate here's something you should know to have a better understanding, but it's not going to be relevant at this moment. Those are great.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
so
one of those things that I struggle with a lot because I often go into real rabbit holes. Like when people are learning Git, it's like, okay, let me explain what a hash is and how it leads to how Git was formed by Linus. Like, you don't need that.
Oh,
So
brother.
I have to remind myself of like pause at the bits which are actually applicably useful to people.
So real quick, I guess maybe not real quick, but could you quickly explain a push, a pull, and a fetch? Because I don't get it.
Sure. Okay. So the main thing to note is source control as a principal thing is just a way of saying I can have magical time control for my code.
Yes.
There's multiple ways to do it. One of the common ones is called subversion. Now, subversion solves a unique problem, which is if I've got 6 people modifying the same thing and they're all changing it at the same time, how do I avoid people breaking each other's stuff? If we're all painting a car different colors, how do I avoid like us all painting it different colors at the same time? So the old solution, or the kind of subversion type solution, is a lock. Someone basically takes the car and locks it and says only I can paint it, and no one else is allowed to paint it until I'm done painting it, and that solves that problem because no one else literally can break this thing. The other option is if you actually want people to work in parallel, especially on like a Unity project where it's not one file, there's like tons of files. Someone could work in scene 1, someone else could work in scene 2. You don't want to like lock things, that leads to a lot of confusion. So what you do instead is you say, you know what, you pull down a local copy for yourself, do whatever you want, and then at some point we resolve the differences. We basically take both sets of changes and we make a decision. And this happens often enough that if it's just text-based, say we had a book and I wrote a paragraph and you wrote a paragraph, a smart system can go, oh, you both added a chunk of text, I'll just add both chunks of text, you can figure it out later. But if you modify something, like saying the best color is, and one of us wrote one color, another wrote a different color, it's going to stop and go, oh, I don't really know what to do here. And so it's going to ask you to fix that for you. So all of this to say, this is the rough problem we're solving. So what you do is when you're working by yourself, you've basically got a box of changes and you change your code and it pushes the changes and saves it. Then you do another box of changes, you push the code and save it. It's actually much cleverer than that, but that's way out of scope for what we're talking about. But when you're done, you basically say, cool, here's the current state of the thing and here's all the paused states I made in the past. Now, if someone else was working with me, I could push it directly to them or they could pull it directly to me. But that gets a bit messy going, I have to make sure that we connect directly to each other's computers and blah, blah, blah. So what people have kind of universally decided, wouldn't it be cool if there was a virtual third guy? Not a real person, just a place. And it's the same as if it was just another person. It's nothing special, it's not unique. It's called a remote. It's like one of us, but like out on the internet. And then instead of us talking to each other, we make our changes to that and sort of resolve it up there. And so that's what GitHub does for you. GitHub isn't actually Git. Git can live entirely without GitHub. GitHub and whatever else, or GitLab, or these are hosting providers. They just act as like a third person in this conversation. And so what that means is there is a box somewhere up in the internet where people are making their changes and pushing them up to it. And so if I'm about to change my code and commit it, so I'm basically saying, this is an important point in time, commit that and name it this. The moment before I did this, did it. The moment after I did it. I've committed 2 concepts to my local version. If I want to let other people in the world have that, I can push it. I can say, go, here, have this. And I push it up to this remote version, this third person. So that's called origin. And that's what they just call it, origin or remote or whatever. There's a whole series of language around this. But basically saying it's now up publicly and other people do the same thing. But if somebody's doing all of that, if you've got 10 people on the team, before you push some changes, you might just want to check what's up there first. And so fetch is the first step. It's saying, hey, make sure that when I pulled it down last time, I got a bunch of stuff. Give me everything that's currently pending or added or whatever before I do anything to it. So it doesn't mean that you take a version of the project, it moved on 10 steps, and if you only have the version before the 10 steps and you push yours up, you're likely to collide with 50 things because a whole lot of stuff has changed since you did it last. But if you make sure to fetch the last one first and add on top of it, you're less likely to cause issues. So all of this is to say, it boils down to there is third-party stuff, your stuff, and someone else's stuff. And that shared system, the universal process is fetch what's there, check what it looks like, commit my stuff on top of that, and then push it up again. And then so the next person fetches those down, commits their stuff, pushes that back up. And so there's your sort of 3 core functions. The last part that's useful is there's a concept of branches, and that basically means that if you're doing that back and forth pushing and pulling, it's kind of like a Jenga tower that you're building stuff on top of, which is great if you're all in agreement about what to build. But if you decide that you want to turn the Jenga tower into a spaceship and someone has some really interesting shapes they want to add, and you want to experiment with it but not break everything, you can sort of pause time, branch off, and then make a second variant. And so when you start scaling up these projects, you tend to not have everybody work on the main branch. You tend to make a branch for different people or different sub-projects or different features or different names. So you might do adding the cool new high score system. And that way, if it succeeds, it's great. And you can then share it with everybody when the feature's done. If it's not great, you can just delete it and pretend nothing happened and everything's fine.
Without affecting the main branch,
Yes, exactly. And so that's a really handy thing with fetching is you can fetch other branches that people are doing. So there's your sort of 4 general concepts is your fetches, your pushes, your pulls, and then branching is pretty useful. There's a lot more really interesting stuff in there, but those ones are kind of, you can just live with that.
Okay. I now have a much better understanding of what all that means than I did previously, even though I still feel like I don't quite grok it, if you understand my
I will say Git is one of those things where for the first I would even say 4 to 5 years of someone's programming career, They're just going to be trained almost institutionally. Whenever there's code, you first do the fetch, and then you do a push, and then you're done. You just repeat that. You just go fetch, commit, push, fetch, commit, and you don't ever think about it. And that'll get you by unless something goes wrong. And normally, somebody on the team is responsible for source control, and they handle the problems. Because the beauty of a system like that means you can push the stuff and then let somebody fix it. It doesn't have to be a thing you have to deal with.
Fair.
But as you start to use it over time, you'll end up getting more of a handle on it. But yeah, I would say honestly, that if you're using, I don't know if you're using GitHub Desktop or something similar.
I've got GitHub Desktop, and I also have Source Tree.
Source Tree, yeah, okay. So Source Tree is way more complicated than most people need. I would like live in GitHub.
That is
Desktop.
what I also thought of it.
Yeah, it adds a lot of extra confusion. So I would just say, as a general rule, when you press the button in the top right of GitHub Desktop, it will do all of those steps for you. It'll do the fetch, it'll do all the setup. So all you have to do is press that, then commit your stuff, and then press it again. And just you have to worry about those multiple 3 steps we talked about.
Okay, thank you. And now I'm sorry to keep you more, but can we do the label thing yet?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
so,
great.
So in this one, one thing I just want to mention.
If we ever get to hang out, I'm gonna buy you a soda.
Sounds good.
Maybe a pizza.
So, I do like pizza. Yeah. So one of the things to note here is because I've noticed a couple of times, I kind of don't want to tangent too much, but because I teach this stuff, I tend to spot where the kinds of mistakes people trip up on tells me what they're iffy about the understanding of.
Sure.
And so a big one for me is clearly the word void is throwing you a few times. That's in terms of specifically
I got
why
that.
it's there on the story. And so it's more about the ordering and stuff. The fact that those the publics and the voids.
Yeah, never mind. That was the one time that happened. That was just me being. Well, it wasn't the void. It was that the TMP text as a forgetting the proper term here.
So class or
as a
type
class,
or...
yeah, as a class, rather than or / type, and not realizing that was what that was. That's all.
Yeah, well, I only say this to say that because this is something even just in general Unity space, I'd say more than 80% of Unity devs didn't come from quote-unquote classical trained programming, and so terms like specifically referring to something as a mutator or an accessor or using fields versus variables versus arguments, all of these have a very specific name. People tend to kind of get stuck on them, but anyway, yeah, in our case, we want an argument inside of those round brackets, which is the new value you're setting. So string new text or something. So
does it have to be new?
Space. Well, no.
Oh, but you mean like new text, not like new space
yes,
text.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. Hey, oh, man, never mind.
No, fire away.
No, the new I don't even know what to call it. Modifier, sure.
Usually keywords you use whenever it's like a separate blue thing.
When's some time that I've had to use that? Usually it's when I'm doing something with a vector 2 or a vector 3 or something. Yeah, new vector 2. What's that doing?
So if you weren't in Unity, you would live and die by that word. It's the most important word in probably all of specifically the .NET object-oriented way of doing things. Unity just hides a lot of magic for you. When you make scripts, it's doing the new for you. In fact, it gets angry at you if you try to do the new yourself because it wants to own that lifecycle. What new means is, the way I look at it, is when you write a script, think of it like music, right? If I write a script, it's like saying, okay, this is what the music should be, and all the variables are like, what's the tempo, and how do I play it? But if someone was to say, what does it sound like? Well, it's like, it's not currently playing, is it? There's no actual, it's a descriptor, it's a template, but it's not a real thing. So what new does is it takes the script template you've made and makes an instance of it. It instantiates it so you can actually do stuff with it. Now, where Unity muddies all of this is whenever you talk about serialization in Unity, that's a newing up, that's a creating, it's just doing it for you. So to even show up in the inspector, to show up as an option you can play with, there's a newing up. And so Unity knows how to do it automatically for certain kinds of things, but for other kinds of things, you have to do it manually. So long story short, it's the same principle. If you use GameObject.instantiate or you drag an object into the scene, you are newing it up, but you're doing it in a way that Unity automatically handles for you. If it's a type, and usually the difference factor, the way you can tell whether you will or will not need it, is does the thing extend monobehavior? If it is a script that's a monobehavior, you quote-unquote new it up by slapping it on an object. If it's not a monobehavior, somebody has to do the newing, and that's normally you. So vector 2s, for example, because they don't live on the game object, they are an instanced thing inside of a script, you will have to do the newing up. But because rigid bodies and cameras and scripts do live on the mono behavior side of it, then you don't.
Okay. So, okay, I understand that. So I would be using new significantly more, if not for just in Unity. Okay.
Yeah, and you'll still use it a lot, but like it is one of the most defining factors. It is anything that isn't a mono behavior requires new, and so it just happens that a lot more in Unity is mono behaviors than.
Okay, excellent. All right, sorry. Back to labeling the duck.
Yes. So so like labeling the duck. So
this is not helpful.
where
You're so kind to explain things, and I have ADHD, so I'm like, oh yeah, what about this?
Actually, it's funny you say that. I found out I have ADHD about 3 weeks ago.
Hey, there you go.
I literally went and got an assessment.
Congrats on probably having a lot of questions be answered.
I did, yes. Very much made a lot of things make sense. But
Yep.
So label.text equals is literally all you have to write here. That's the bargain basement simple version of this. There's a text field, a property rather, on the label object. It's lowercase label because that's the variable type.
I got there. Label.text equals.
Yep, to our new text. That's it.
Oh, well, crying out loud.
So this is the actual, like, the basic shape. Last but not least, we want a way to actually assign this value. And so the simplest one is if I just double click the class name and copy it. Because we're gonna instance this in the duck.
Yeah.
And then basically do something similar. Just at the very top of this, do your public that. And then I usually call it, again, status or whatever in this case.
Are you yelling at me? Oh, it's not used.
And now, whenever you want to set that label anywhere throughout the, like in your state changing code, you can just call to set the label. You could probably just do it at if you go to the line above, you could probably just, because you already have the current state, I would say on line 245, you could just actually say status.set and then current state.
Oh,
Then you want to do it across each of the ones.
Yeah. Status.set? Was that what you said? Or
whatever we call this.
Whatever we call it. Label the duck.
If it's not, did we make it public? We may not have made it public.
I did.
Oh, it is public. Yeah. So label the duck. That's what we call it. A rough convention is you'll find a lot of C#. People are going to call it set and get. You don't have to.
That makes sense.
Things are hard and fast rules, but usually people will say set and get. So current state in this case is an enum type. You should have to write .toString at the end to literally convert it to a string.
Yep.
Current state .toString.
Neat.
And so last but not least, in the editor, just make sure to do the two draggings in. Drag the TMP text into the status, and then drag the status into
the amount of times that I've forgotten how to do that, and then just like bashed my head when I was first learning how to do things. Oh my goodness.
As it might be a surprise, I automate that. There's a little trick where you can do one of those magic functions I talked about earlier. One of them is called onValidate, which is anytime the editor like rebuilds that script, or anytime you modify a variable, you can run a piece of code. And I like to say, if this thing is empty and needs to be assigned, like do a little walk up and down in the hierarchy and find it, and then just auto assign it for yourself. And it'll, if it can find it, automatically do it, so I don't have to think about it. So I just have my code do that for me.
All right, so now in theory, it's very small and unreadable. Okay, we're gonna fix that. it's maybe too small. Well, awesome. I think that I'll be able to handle this much from here anyway.
Yeah, so broadly it's a scale value there, on-site canvas you want to be playing with. But yeah, and one of the nice touches here, which we didn't get into, but it's why, like, I could have done this slightly simpler if we went to the TMP world space version, but doing this way will be better for you. The reason being is right now it's just a label of text. Is it
seems to have broken everything.
Oh, there's a null. Did you pull it into the duck as well? I think you only dragged one of the two.
Oh. Didn't. It's not showing in the duck. Did I not make it public?
Is it public?
What I did. Sure didn't. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Oh, what did I just click on?
Oh yeah, there you go. It's status in the.
There we go. There we go.
Right, yeah.
We got there.
Again, that's one of those things where if it makes you feel better, those two errors, null object, null reference exception, and forgetting to drag something in, is the most common thing.
It's just the worst.
Everyone will do it all of the time.
Oh yeah, May. So essentially it was building the domain every time that I clicked on play, and it doesn't fucking need to. So you can just turn that off. Never mind, it's building the domain right now because I made it just change the script.
Even that has a trick later, which is when you build a domain, it rebuilds every single script associated with that project. But later on, large swaths of scripts don't need rebuilding. So say 2/3 of the game, the code is the same, but you're only modifying the code for a character. You can lock that other stuff so it doesn't have to refresh. And there's a whole thing with assembly definitions that are kind of out of scope.
Something seems to have broken my animation.
It's still a null. So yeah, if you go to, you can see in the bottom left it's red. So if you click console, one of the things is still unassigned.
Ducky 247. Oh. It's nulling this one.
So status is probably still not dragged in the inspector, is it?
Thought it was. Oh, it's absolutely not. There we go. We talked about it, and then I just didn't do it. I know. I marked it as public. That's what I did. Walking, idle, idle, walking,
okay.
Jumping.
Nice.
Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, well, that's not happy. When I'm facing the left, it's backwards because of how I have that being written right now.
Yeah, there's a few different ways you could fix that.
Yeah, I imagine. Like reverse it. I want to change my. Well, first off, I think we can now get rid of this label. The image, rather, not the label. All right, all right.
It's worth noting as well, that little thing we did is also how you add things like health bars and stuff. It's just principally the same thing, right? You add a little thing, you put a slider on it, you change the slider's color. It's
sure,
the same
makes
idea.
sense. And I've not played around with that at all because I made a game where my guy's invincible.
The solutions I would actually do is lead to kind of more complexity. So I think my simple answer to this would literally be, because you have access to the object, you could just say status.transform, and it could inherit the same direction of the duck. So if you're moving, because I assume the way you're doing that is you're flipping the duck's scale to negative when you turn, right? Or you're inverting.
I no longer recall, but I can find out for you. Yes, it's changing the scale.
Yeah, that's the classic solution. Yeah, so current scale X. So I would literally do the same thing, but for the object. So right here, you could literally say status.transform.local scale, and we do the same thing.
Oh, and just
because it's a one, yeah, it'll be exactly the same.
Yeah, it's the only.
So you'll need a local scale. So local scale
transform.
X.
You're yelling at me.
And now the last thing is this one. You'll actually probably come across this one a lot too, which is kind of worth noting. The reason it's not liking that is you can't just modify a singular value of a vector. So what that means is you're kind of doing it already on 444, which is, I definitely don't want to get specifically into reference versus value types, which is a whole big conversation. But all of it is to say, you can't change the x, y, and z without sort of grabbing a copy of the current vector first. And so that's what you're doing on 444. So if you want to change that, you on the line above, you want to first of all grab it. So for example, do the same thing, copy 444, but grab the status as local scale.
I was hoping that I did it right. Apparently not. So that's going to be status.transform.local scale. Okay.
Yep. And now you can set that x to multiply by -1 and then reapply it in exactly the same way, which is as you have below.
Just multiply by -1, same thing?
Yep.
Well, then couldn't I just use that same current scale variable, or no? Because
that would only work.
That
if
would then
the
only
scale is the same as the status.
Yep. I realized that after I started talking.
I was going to recommend that first, but I had just to be careful because I knew that could lead to other errors. So I thought duplicating is probably just smarter in the short term.
How can I make it so that that text only appears on, like, in the editor? Is that? Because right now that text would appear in the build, right?
Yes. So what we can do is we can put a little checkbox for that, which would be quite nice. So, well, first of all, one thing to note is you're currently setting the status to the current scale of the duck. You want to make sure you're setting it to the status scale.
Right? Yeah. No, I am.
No, you're setting status.
Yep. Good eye.
My debug eye is fine.
Yeah.
It's something I see a lot of. I've been down this road. I've lost many hours of my life staring. It's very similar.
Sure.
Things in my own code. Yes.
Man,
so
hold on, I'm gonna rearrange this because this is gonna pester the hell out of me because they're sort of weaved together rather than having there being their own separate thing. Oops.
Well, actually, just a small note there, Mr. Super the Underdog. It's not really a transform thing at all. It's the fact that the types, depending on it's if it's a value type and you get a returned value type and you modify the properties of value types, you can't reassign the value type. So it's not really so much a transform question as just the nature of the relationship between reference types and value types. So it's like basically Unity have done the right thing by not letting you do that, because you're more likely to get yourself in a headache if you could. Because if you could, it could lead to a lot of side effects in how values and reference types are applied.
So then if I go up to this, right?
Well, we can do this in the status indicator itself. It's probably because this is less a duck question and more of a status question. So I'd put a public boolean here and just say like show in build or something to give yourself the option.
Okay.
And then do a start, just a normal start method.
Oh.
Well, because that's when you're assigning the text. We want to basically say when we start this script, how do we want to handle this object? And so now what we can say is, so for example, if show and build, you could just say enabled equals true, else enabled equals false. Now, arguably, you could just set enabled equals show and build, but I just want it to be explicit. So you could just say else and then enabled equals false.
I'm gonna write it out with full brackets. Okay.
So there you go. So basically, that now will say that just literally turn this off in the event of you not wanting it in the editor. So what that'll do is it'll turn off the script. If you wanted to not render the stuff, what you can do is, so here's a one small thing to note, because that'll stop it changing, but it'll still draw the text. So you either want to turn off the text mesh itself, but that's probably not what you're going to do later, because if you add more things to the canvas, you probably want to show or hide the whole canvas. So I guess the last note is, rather than turning off the script or the text, I recommend, just like we did with the Text Mesh Pro, just doing public canvas to grab the canvas and then call enable or disable on that instead, because you want to turn off the whole canvas in the event that you don't want.
Oh, I
it
understand what
showing.
you're saying. Yeah. So then, it's doing its build thing. All right. Yeah, 'cause we have that right now on status. So right now it'll
Yes.
still be drawing the canvas in the even if the canvas
Yeah.
has nothing.
So the example is it's only going to stop that script running, which means it won't do much. But what you want is here, is as well as the label, you want to reference. You can turn off the whole game object as well. That's another option. There's like multiple ways you could approach this. Actually, yeah, let's do that. It's probably far simpler. So instead of just setting it enabled, you can just say game object set active. It's basically the same thing. So where we had the enabled disabled as true or false, you can just change that to game object.set active.
Yep.
And then in round brackets this case, because this is a method and not a property, which gets into annoyances of how they design
So
it.
then how to?
So in the brackets then true or false.
Oh, that's what it
is
is. Thank you.
Yeah, and opposing and else, and you can get rid of the enabled.
Whoa.
Right.
Oh. Sometimes the autofill just does not autofill with what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
All right. And that's turning off the status.
This whole game object, which includes all its
Yeah.
children, so it'll disable the whole.
Right on. Cool. Excellent.
Yeah, I know. I agree. That's what I would normally do. But it's fine for being explicit. I usually find it's good to be explicit until. Well,
Oh, that's a good point,
usually
Super. That would be a cleaner
It
way to do it
seems
for
we
sure.
have a new
Hey,
follower.
thanks for the follow. The IntelliSense is, listen, when it works, it's wonderful. It's great. Saves me time. But when it just actually usually it dicks me with freaking StreamerBot things, because it'll be suddenly putting in StreamerBot bullshit. So yeah, so actually what I could do instead of having that is
it could be one line, yeah.
yeah. Well, I like that better. Oops, not a caps though. And that I understand. That's just fine. So we can then blow this away. Cool.
The slightly more fancy version later, again, completely out of scope for this, but just a fun thing to note.
Have a
There's
good night,
another
Indica.
concept as well from Canvas called Canvas Group. And Canvas Group is like saying everything from me down is grouped. And the benefit of doing that is you can set toggles for whether it's interactable or not, whether it blocks mouse clicks through it or not, or whether it's alpha is faded up or down visually. And the
Sure.
cool thing about that, it means that you can literally say alpha is 0, alpha is 1, or you can slide it up and down to sort of crossfade it. So instead of turning these on and off, normally I like to have a little button which will literally say over time 0 to 1, over time 1 to 0, and you get a nice fade in and fade out.
Oh wow. Okay.
You'll come across all of this once you start doing UI stuff, because it's kind of pretty standard to how that stuff works.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, UI is not anything that I've really played with at all at this point. I mean, I have it.
It will be a headache. Just I'm warning you. It's just anchoring stuff, and it gets pretty crazy. A lot of people hate it even after years of doing it.
Fair enough. All right. Cool. Well, unless you have anything else that you'd like to teach me, I will let you go for the evening.
No, I think I'll let you go on that one. I think that was
All right,
important
wonderful.
enough. But yeah, I guess
extremely
my
helpful
last
and
just to say
informative.
that just remember we did the static method thing. I think that one, for the kinds of stuff you're doing, like I would look into that a bit more, because based on what you're doing, something that could be really fun is I would personally set myself up, for example, Alt 1 2 3 4 or something, which would literally say spawn platform type 1 on my mouse, platform type 2 on my mouse, or whatever, and that would you could then fly through it and place them all as you need to. And it's again, it's the same thing. Like it's just in that function. The only difference is rather than doing a direct raycast, there's a thing called events, and you can say events and query that for the mouse position, and then you just do a raycast like you normally would, and then you say spawn at that location, and then and then when you grab the object, you grab it by everything in the project view. If you move it into what's called a resources folder, you can literally just say, load resource, or basically get me this platform by this name, and you can then start to like load them up that way. There's a lot of other kind of fun things you can do. You don't need to go too crazy with it, but I wouldn't even normally recommend it as like a kind of getting started type game thing. But given that your game is 99.9% about placing roughly the same 5 or 6 things throughout, it feels like taking the time to just kind of go, can I turn this into one button will like exponentially save growing the game.
100%. So for my homework, I've got scriptable objects, context menu stuff in parentheses. I don't remember what that was. And handle.
That's just like right click on something to do things. Like it say I had a script. Like for example, you had that toggle to show and hide. I'll often do something like imagine having a right click on the status to just say show the text or hide the text, so you don't have to like go and do like you just little helpers and stuff like that.
Just to make just to save time. 100%.
Or what I do is globally on my project, I actually add them that are like cross project. So I have a set of tools where I can right click canvas and say set 4K or set 1080, and it just sort of sets the right resolutions for me. Just nice things like that.
I also have handles.label, and I don't remember what that one was either.
Oh, that was the in-editor only version of what we just did. Just text, but like in the thing. But again, if you want it to be this way, this is probably better.
All right, perfect.
Honestly, the main one would be I'd look at the menu stuff and the scriptable objects. Scriptable objects will be a very big part of your ongoing architecture stuff because it's probably the easiest way to really send information back and forth between objects in Unity.
Well, I'm feeling invigorated, so thank you so much for your time. It was pretty thrilling to get so much help. I can now shift D and just select the duck, and it's amazing.
Yeah, happy to. And again, I'm in the Discord. Feel free to give me a ping.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Well, right on. Well, thank you so much for your time, everybody. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jason. And now I might play around with the colliders of this thing. See if I can get that to work.
Right.
This is really cool, and I don't even need it, right? Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, Jason.
Have a good one.
Have a good night. Or a good morning at this point, really. Goodness gracious. Fantastic. I'm going to change that from saying text goes here because now I'm annoyed. Status. 100% super. It's really neat. Oh, it's not just showing up now. Showing up here? It's not showing up here. Oh, it's currently disabled. Oh, because I've got the show and build. Got it. It just didn't jump, and he was currently had the walking status and never had the jumping status. Not quite morning yet either. It's something. I thought I had degen hours. Oh, did it say jumping there? I think it said jumping from the previous jump. It's not jumping at that. Jump again. I'm trying to debug these damn teeter-totters. My wife games with UK bros. They routinely stay up until 5 a.m. their time. Goodness. You're not going to bed tonight, are you, DK? I don't go to bed any night. There's nothing to do with tonight. Hit the jump button there too. So something, I think that he's right. I think something's not getting set appropriately. And we might save this for... Should I do this tonight yet? I don't know. I really want to get that fixed. Because the seesaw, that's like the last major bug that we have right at this moment. Is not being able to jump off the seesaws. Damn it. Yeah, but some really cool people do pop in for the dev streams for sure. Would love if they became part of the community. But I also know that they're here for dev stuff, right? You got your character set for Friday? Right on, Wolfie. That's awesome. And that was an instance where it jumped. It showed the... now that I think about it, I could probably have the jump preview not show up in the same way. Huh. Drive to your computer night and dev. Hey, that's awesome, May. Get some rest. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Hope you had a good trip. Just got back from Ghost in the Shell. So good to see that big screen subbed. Woo! That's awesome, Saren. That's something that, boy, we don't have here. I'm gonna need some Red Bull. All right. Let's go. We're going to go and we're going to take a look at the handle jump, and we're going to look at all million of these. We're going to look at all million of these. Oops. Can't tell if I'm tired, hungry, cold, or all the above. Could be all the above. 'Tis the season to be freezing. Oops. Cozy up in a blanket with a snack. Hey, Pickles, how you doing, dude? Oh, because the and there. That's what it is. Ba, 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 da, da. All right. Gives me, when I hit spacebar, all of the parameters that affect jumping, of which there's fucking 6. Skip 2 drunk women to come home and charge your phone and then go back and help those 2 drunk women pack. All right, great. Now it's even more inconvenient when this fucking bar shows up when I edit scripts. I wish it wasn't actually a status bar. That's what I wish. All right. Jumping. Oh, it's going to be weird. All right. Because it's whenever I'm holding down the button. All right, there it was right there. All right, so the jump buffer counter is, I might, not as helpful. So that was at 22:20:04. Oh no, not 04. All right, should jump is true. Everyone time was 0. On ground was true. Can input was true. Jump buffer counter. Cuddy time was 0.15. Should jump was false? No, because that was at 22. So that's 22, yeah, 22 and 24. Should jump was true. There it is. So it should have jumped. Jump buffer counter. Was that negative 3.3960 at 20? Well, the problem is that all of these happen at 2024 because they're milliseconds apart from each other. But so far, this is all negative. Might help to only print when I don't jump. How would I do that? No, I guess I could have that be an else portion of the jump code. No, because because the problem is that sometimes this is still getting to here. Right this second, I'm convinced that it's the jump buffer counter. Is the jump buffer counter getting reset on ground? Oh my god, where am I? I'm landing. It's not. When's the jump buffer counter being reset? It's being reset at the end of the jump. Making him one print? Oh. Yes, that would be a good idea. Could on ground, when you land, could that reset to the jump buffer? I did, Super, yeah. So if we wanted, we could actually have that be together. Problem is that I'll have to jump a couple times to actually get there. But I'm trying to think if I can have the jump buffer counter reset on ground. And if that would at all be bad. This is only if I set this to greater than or equal to. It can be less than, yeah. It's less than when you hit that jump button and that jump buffer expires before you hit the ground. So it's a way to make it so that you can technically jump before you hit the ground and then still jump. I'm going to try that. Let's play around with that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure I'm not bringing other jumps, right? But if I'm on the ground now, it's considered 0, so that should never actually matter. I'm setting it to 0 both on the ground. Still didn't jump. Didn't jump there either. Exactly what you said was initially was true, that I should make it one fucking print instead of making it 1 million prints. Otherwise it's not helpful. So how do I do that? Do I just make one long stringy string? That's kind of gross. U/N? Oh. Like this. I want these things to work, because then I'll be happy. Also, I should change back what I just changed because it didn't work. Oops. Copy, don't cut. Ba, 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 ba. And add all of them together should... How do I do that? All right. What would adding all of them together look like? I do not need a /n on the last one. How would I write? How would I put that in this though? Let me grab the condition first off. Just copy the condition. Oh, and then I'll say true or false. Like if I do a boop. It's poopy formatting. I'm gonna call it good enough. Good night, y'all, crazy sea sharpers. See you later, Fish Belly. Thank you for hanging out, dude. Appreciate you. I should undo the change before I... Yeah, I should do that right quick. Let's do that right quick. And then on landing... Just completed the domain, and then I made a change. Now you're going to yell at me again. Oops. Thank you guys for your patience with listening to Jason helping me as well, by the way. 'Cause I know sometimes if suddenly there's another voice that shows up, it can be a little weird. I know. Patience, I was having fun. Fair enough. Oh, it. Oh, okay. So then I click on it and then it shows the whole thing. Oh, neat. All right. That one worked. That was it not happening right there. Should jump was false. Because it was still in a jump state. Is that the right time? It should just be the bottommost one, right? Or is it the topmost one? No, it's the bottommost one. Alright, so the jump buffer counter was below 0 for right there. But I was holding spacebar, so it printed a bunch. Yeah, so it should have jumped up here. Clicking on one where the jump buffer counter is above 0. Should jump was still false, so the should jump was not getting reset. Should jump should get reset when it lands. So why the fuck wasn't it? Interesting. Was it considered landing, though? Apparently not. The Y velocity doesn't hit the buffer. I forget why I even had a Y velocity buffer. Oh, I think I have had it to fix this. So I think I just need to expand that buffer. I forgot why. Should have clipped it to watch the label? That's right. What's the news, Piggles? I can't remember why I had the buffer. The buffer might have been to try to fix the whole thing in general. Oh, actually, the buffer was for because it would happen on the windmills. That's why that's when that was added. I recruited another poor soul to come pack their house up with me? I don't even know what that means. What do you mean? You got a new roommate? Is that what you're trying to say? But I do allow jumping on them, yes. When they're moving. Why am I checking the Y velocity at all? I can't remember. But it didn't used to be this way. It used to be if the Y velocity was 0. That's what it was. It used to be if the Y velocity was 0. And it was on the ground. Then the faceplant would happen. And then if not, then it would go to landing. So it's this right here that's messing up. It's got to be the Y velocity is beyond the buffer. So why is the buffer on this one? Because it used to be 0. And because otherwise it just continuously resets it to idle. If you're jumping. And that's how those two are interacting that's fucking it up. I'm saying I'm making a buddy come help our friends pack to move, so it's not just me sitting there while they're drunk. What in the hell? How'd you recruit somebody at like 9 o'clock at night to come help move? Oh, those are friends, let me tell you. Gosh. We work in healthcare? Yeah, fair enough. No one is sane? Fair enough. This is what's messing up. Because on those extreme ends, that Y velocity is beyond the buffer. Other stuff's gonna mess up, I'm sure. Oops, we gotta wait. I'm already spoiled by just being able to hit play. Ready to clip? Right on. It'd be helpful if there's a way to pause, rewind an animation or something. Yeah, what if I don't have that on there, the jump gets goofy. So it needs to have something in there, but it doesn't need to be Y velocity. It can be checking for something else. Oops, I think it was me fucking up. That looked like an instance where it would have otherwise been messing up. Try to hit it at the actual lowest that I can. It's still jumping. Now, why it is that the dust? I wonder if the dust was actually from me changing directions at the same time as jumping it. It's jumped every time so far. I think that's it. So, what broke? Right. Oop. Well, now it seems to be fine. No, it's not. The you can just jump and idle, so it's an animation thing. And then right now he'll jump at the top of the thing because that's how I have that coded. But yeah, that's working fine. All right. Look right above. Oh yeah, so this is the same thing where you wouldn't go into a faceplant state when you still had Y velocity. And what we're really checking for is whether or not you're jumping. Where is it going into jump? What do you mean? Oh, like in the code, where does it check on jump? The handle jump is right here. And the going into the jump state is within this. And then when it changes that current state, then it goes and this is when it then goes to the jumping animation. Right, when the current state is jumping. Should I clip the labels again? No, you're good. The labels were fine there. As best I could tell. Okay, so we need a different way to block when... Okay, so if that jumping state... That needs to be able to leave the jumping state. That's what's setting it is the on ground. You don't think this one's wrong? What do you mean? I mean, this is what is messing it up so that we can't jump. because it's just the animations. So the problem is that right now, that code is overwriting the jump. Right? Because right now it says idle, and it just says idle. Well, right now there's other code to set it to jumping when your velocity is underneath a certain thing. But we're able to actually have that jump happen because the on ground or the on landing code is actually being called, which is setting. I don't remember what variable. One of the booleans. Add prints. Let's run with the debugger. Let's run with the debugger. Let's get that. Let's get that to work. Okay. All right. Save. I want to do a commit right quick before we fuck with much. Commit before playing around, before fixing teeter totter bug. Sure. Okay. So just realized that I did that commit with this. Commented out. That's fine. Where's on ground getting set? On ground is being set on landing. Or no, on ground is the boolean of it's being set right here. Where if that hit collider is detecting another collider. So that on ground, it doesn't need to be on ground for the on ground detecting. It just needs to detect a collider. That collider can also be a trigger collider that isn't physically interacting with, which is how I currently have the teeter-totter set up. It's definitely not this. I'm certain that it's this at this point, but I don't know what else to put there. Yeah, and this is the following where the body velocity is less than 0, and then it switches to a jumping state. So you could add a buffer after a jump where it's set to false, and add another check to override it again, but I'm not sure how you go about it. Yeah, I'm not sure how to go about it too. But like I've got enough booleans that I feel like I don't need to. I feel like I can use an existing variable for this. Let's look at the. Should jump. Y negative is down. So essentially, I've got it so that if he is in, that happens after the idle check. So essentially, it's if that negative is past that buffer, it's setting a jump so that he does a roll mid-air if you're falling, so you're not falling in an idle animation. Because I hate the falling in the idle animation. I want him to switch to a jumping animation. That's what that's for. And it's doing it when it's past the Y buffer. That's when should jump is getting set. You want something similar for jumping? Not on ground and velocity 0? Yeah. No, it wouldn't. So I can like the expanding the velocity buffer would work, but it feels like that would be a band-aid over what the overarching problem is. But maybe that's the answer. We could ChatGPT it. Be like ChatGPT, help. The issue is that on ground is still true for a split second after you jump, and you're not setting it back to jump after, and you're not setting it back to jump. What do you mean? But on ground can still be true. Yes. So then it's stuck in idle. But that on ground is just a the collider check. After you jump, you're still touching the ground, so even though you change the jump state, it gets changed back, yeah. And nothing after is telling it to go back to jump while you're in the actual jump. That's true. And we can't have this check for the jump state, because then you'll just get stuck at jump. This is the only place where idle gets set. I think you're right in that that's where it's getting reset. Where after you get the jump state, it just goes right back. And it's not even in fixed update, so you never even get a single frame of it. This is for sure what's causing it. Because the on ground isn't getting called because your Y velocity was too high. Or negative in this instance. Too negative. This is where I detect the jump ending too. So how do I fix that? I mean, there's a number of ways to be able to fix that. I could do it with another flag, and that'd be fine. It feels like one too many flags. Have that flag reset, not on landing, but when ground is detected. But then that's what this should be. How would another flag be different than to using the jump state? I could set that. I could set that flag before this whole logic, where if on landing, where if on ground is true, then set is jumping to false, while still maintaining that animation state, which isn't great. Yeah, that's the only place that idles are getting set. See why you use the Y velocity method, but with the Y velocity coming from other things too, it's really a band-aid, not great. Yeah. How to detect another band-aid would be to give a bit of time after a jump before it can be set to idle again. Yeah, it's not great either. These would be affected by the actual jumping for sure. You could just expand that buffer, and that would work for now. And that's might be a God. That's such a fucking band-aid solution. But how? Well, I know I've got a plus or minus. What if we just had it being greater than whatever the jump speed is? 14 for the jump velocity? I think the velocity right now on the jump is 40. I don't remember from another check. I think that's what it is. On the wheel, it can be going both up and down and want to stay idle. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe the velocity buffer is the answer then. Just expanding it. Like I already have it. It would just be a matter of expanding it. Do I still have a previous frame? What do you mean, Super? I don't understand what you mean by previous frame. Right now, my jump velocity buffer is 5. Let's do this. Let's do that one. And we'll do y velocity. Body dot velocity dot y. Wonder if requiring 2 frames in a row to be... Oh, like, can I check the previous frame? Just do like a quick little countdown? That's another kind of band-aidy thing. So inconvenient now waiting for this. Still plagued by progress bars. Is it though? I kind of think that it is, isn't it? Is that not what idle is? Hold on. Play. The Y velocity is 16. So realistically, I could change that to as high as 15. Idle without being in the same state without changing it for a while. I just had it with some weird deja vu. Deja vu freaks me out all the time. I'm going to change the Y velocity buffer and just see what happens here. Oops. Oop. Not sure if that one was me or not. That one also might have been me. Trying to look at animation states too. Is me missing? I think I fixed it. So if we keep a previous frame object holding... Hey, Jadaba! Another obstacle? For what it's worth, this red one is what the yellow ones were, and then I made the other ones easier. Jadaba, welcome on in. How are you doing? Good to see you again. And whenever you change states, you change that object. Hold on. So if you were to keep the previous frame object, hold the on ground and the state. Yeah, I'm not able to like keep the previous frame in that way. Those red ones are a surprise. Like when you go from the blue to the yellow to the red, you're like, whoo! But again, this is where the yellow ones were. I did not change that. I just made it red. You got the plug-in stay in bed since the time you ended your stream, so I blame your game. Oh no, Janaba. I'm sorry that you're not feeling well. I gotta make sure that that tip is moving as fast as possible. Nope, that one might have been me. A couple of times now, I'm not sure if it's me or not. Oop, missed that one. That was me. That was me again. But I mean, like right now, these things are coded such that you can straight up climb them. Right? As long as your velocity is not too high. Not sure it's me it's printed. A couple of them have been me, for sure. Downtown medications, we'll see how it goes. If I wake up sicker again, then I'll know that's a little Flappy Rage Inducer's fault. I'm not having it print on jump. I'm having it print on me hitting spacebar. Oh, this is printing on the jump. Yeah, that's printing the actual idle, the state. Yeah, the jump rest. Yeah. So like if I'm holding down spacebar, it's just gonna sit and print. That was a good one where like it really had some velocity there. You should almost have it print the Y velocity. Why do you think you can't hold that previous frame object? I don't think that's a thing. Is that a thing? I'd make it? Oh. Now I understand what you're saying. Hey, Jester. Could also just add two variables, but using an object is more future-proof. I think for right now, I'm cool with my Band-Aid solution. There is one other bug that I want to address, which is when you faceplant, you can't jump out of it. And you probably should be able to. Beginning to realize that in spite of not having a car, I would honestly rather walk to McDonald's rather than dash it, because I literally had to get on the phone with my poor dasher because I accidentally set the pin like a block away somehow. Oh no! Isn't that literally a check you have to prevent jumping? I don't know. Is it? No. Why can't you jump when you're dead, though? Oh, I think it might be how it can input. No, that's not it. What does faceplant look like? Where's faceplant? Hello. Am I blind? Fucking faceplant. Yeah, it's just these two. That just shakes the camera and starts the input delay. Is that otherwise up here? We've got I set the input to false for 0.5. I have it as a serialized thing, so I can change it very quickly. Chat is very green currently. That's right. Janaba, I feel left out. You're good. There. Oh, jeez. All right. Why can't you jump out of that? But now you're Dave and Claw, yeah, right? That's true, Nimble. Been purple forever. Where, why? Where and why? Where and why? Those are the questions that I have. So right now it's just getting reset with this. Didn't stop you from mixing it up with Aurora. That's true. I'm heading this username, and I don't think Finch will go back in the pool for like a year and a half, which sucks. Wait, what? What do you mean? I have 27 days to make peace with Jester Lad. Yay. Just changing the name constantly. I've used blue forever. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. It's part of the brand. I'll never not be blue. Also, if I go back to Finch this time, I'll keep it. All right. Wolfie, you used to be blue? I don't think I remember that. Let's run it again. Check the prince when dead. That's a good idea. Actually, I didn't even need to run it again. I just did that before. All right. Check the first one with the Y velocity of 0. Which, oh my gosh. Oops, there we go. Oh, the can input was false for a while. I have to hold it. And then stand by. Stand by. Space. So altogether they are false. Why is the airborne timer not zeroed? It's giving me an airborne time? What? Did I land before flames planting? No, it's getting me an airborne time of 8 seconds. Typo. I was landed and I was on the ground when I hit that. I mean, it's still playing, so I can still TP tap it. Airborne time now of 28 seconds. And on ground is true. Can input true. Y velocity 0. Jump buffer counter of something. Airborne time 28 seconds. So it's counting. And airborne is only going up. Now, airborne is whenever I'm not on ground. Or whenever. So it should be reset on landing, and it's not being. I wonder if that is. That is because of this. That is because of that. Because this is checking for a falling state. It's looking for a falling state. And if Ducky's not dead, then it goes to this. And if not on ground, nope. And then, so that's exactly what's happening. It's this. Just went up from 7 to 28. That's from the 21 seconds preceding from when we were talking about it versus when I went back. I mean, I can check it again. It's now at 67 seconds. Check it again. It's now at 72 seconds. Oh, you're saying that it was still going up. Oh, yeah. And I'm not airborne. I don't know if you can tell. Oh, else if on ground. No, if not on ground. Derp. And then that should do that. Hold on. We gotta log some changes. Resolved, probably. A bug where you'd land on... The presentation is really messy. Resolved, probably a bug where you would land on the tips of the teeter-totter pipes, and you wouldn't jump when... click. Cannot jump from dead. Let's test it. I think this will be fine then. Whee! Flap. Jump. Hey, I can jump from dead. Jump. There we go. It was loading while I was typing things out. This is why I took a second to type things out. And I gotta wait for that 5 seconds, and then I can jump out of it. Neat. Let's log that bug. Thank you for that fix. I just changed it to an else if. That makes sense.
It seems we have a new follower.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Hopefully you have a good night. So many people follow me whenever I'm in doing dev work. Fixed bug where... Yeah, I can't type. You'd not be able to jump from the faceplant state. Fixed. Also, this changelog will be for 2011. Yeah, that was much simpler to resolve considering we already had those prints going. I can turn these prints off now, probably. Should I just keep this just in case? Change this to debugging jumping. I'm going to keep it just in case. I'm going to keep it just in case. Bum, 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 ba-da-bum. Actually, what I could do is make this, well, no, never mind. Yeah, just because it was obnoxious to type out. Just keep it in there. Hey, thank you for hanging out, everybody that's still hanging out. We've been alive for a while now. All right. Why not? Thank you for the 1 bit. Can I do... wait, what? Oh, we could just put false here? No, I'll just keep it commented out. We've been alive for a long while. Actually, I've been along for a while, long while. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba. Ooh, 25 years, some would say. At least. All right. Okay. Because I commented that out. Right. Ba-bum. I'm worried that we're going to have some unintentional idle. Script reference. Oh, I just got a bunch of errors. Script reference unknown on this behavior is missing. But I didn't change anything. Warning, it's not errors. Oh, well, I guess that's true. All right. I'm going to call that resolved for sure. Unknown script. Exactly the one. I know. All right. Anyway, let's go back up here. We spent some time on that. Let's see where I'm at. I don't even know where I'm at. Where am I at? Oh, yeah, right. The big, scary blind jumps. Oh, God, and I immediately fuck it up. Oh, no. I think that was on me. Try those jumps again. Nope. Is it right here? There it is. Do I want to go through the level and see if things didn't break too much? Probably should. You're probably right. Just play it real quick. I'm going to turn on my controller, though. Does this now? Oh, it does. Excellent. Oh, God. No, God. Yeah, I got to make a keybind so that I can just Control Shift D and click and then have them appear. Which I'm sure is something that I can do. So far, it looks good. It doesn't look like anything's weird. I'm worried on anything that makes me bounce. You faceplant if you get tired or you've been falling for 3 or more seconds. Whoops, I missed. I jumped over it. Oh, God. There we go. Just realized my idea for the idle thing could clash with the jumpy platform. Oh yeah, I guess it would. Oh my gosh, the red ones move so fast when you've gone on the other ones. Ugh. I don't know why that one little wood platform is there. I don't know if I'm going to keep that there or not. Animations have looked good. I haven't noticed anything. I don't know if you guys have. Gosh, that's scary. Oh, I screwed up. Oh, that's not. I was at the end already anyway. Oh, there's a cheat there that I missed. Oh, all the way to the bottom, huh? All right, it looked good. I didn't think that anything was messed up. All right. Exactly, Swifts. It's all the way to the bottom. Only after dark. Huh. I do want the main camera to be visible. Something like that. We've got to get to there approximately. Two tabs. I need more platforms. One that slowly falls as you jump on it would be interesting, but then I'd have to figure out how to, and then it could reset itself. Would that be interesting? One that just like slowly sinks. Maybe we'll have a bottom floor to it so it can only sink so far. Or more ways for current platforms to interact. And that might be it, Super. Because as I'm doing this, I'm like, I could add this stuff again, but it's just like the same stuff. And eventually, they'll have different skins, so they'll all look different from what they're at. All right, let's do... Have a good night, why not? Appreciate you, dude. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for thanking the mods as well. Disconnected. Using them in interesting ways is what it's at now? Yeah, I think that I need to ponder more interesting ways to use them. Might be where it's at. Like timing a jump up from the jumpy green thing through the time purples? That would be interesting. That's a good one idea. That's a good idea, actually. Or from a pinball. Write that one down. And one thing that we did over here was the jump pad through this thing, and that's interesting enough because we haven't done it before, where it's like something that you have to time and dodge. We could set it so, oh my gosh, that would be killer. Actually, how the seesaws and the bumpers interact is really interesting, because then when you go for that jump, if you're not there, if you don't have that height, you get knocked down enough that like you just get absolutely messed up. Have a pinball section where you have to go down and through them to reach the teleporters. They're going to add to advance to the next part. Lots of potential to fall, and you have to navigate going down to go up. That'd be interesting. That'd be really interesting where you have to... That's a good idea, too. Where you... never mind that. Where you'd sort of... Say if we start here, you'd sort of have to go up here and then go up some. And then you'd have to navigate going downward to some platform right here, which could then teleport you. Instead of having it teleport, I'd be more inclined to make it an elevator, where it moves from one waypoint to the other. But that's clever. That could be really interesting. Yeah, it's just another elevator. I'd be inclined to make an elevator. That's pretty clever too. All right.
That carries them has kept me astray. Too soon to act on it,
But consider going to PAX in Philadelphia at the beginning of December? Wolfie, I was literally thinking about that, yes. That's not even a joke. I was literally thinking about going to PAX U. What order do you have to break the ice on multiple places and then rush back through them before it reforms? I'm not sure how you'd be able to... Yeah, I could make like a big one or two. The problem is that how I have those currently programmed, they're not flexible in their timing. Actually, no, they are flexible in their timing. I lied to you just now. I've got a delay before disable and a delay before enable. So they're flexible in both how long you have to be on them and how long you have after you break them. I didn't really want those to be variable, though. You're looking for a shipment up there to pay for gas? There you go. Bonus session? So 30.4? Why are you weird? Oh, because these are, that's the center, but this is the, right. Because it's the center of the sprite, not the center of Vox. That makes sense. Uh, 35.4. Let's see how this whole section interacts. Hold on. Whew. That's scary. Let's see, it gives you a greater delay before breaks. Shh, don't worry about it. It's fine. No, because I don't want it to get easier. Yeah, I think this is an interesting series of jumps where like you can delay to try to actually jump on that. It's a cool series of jumps. Get it? Because it's ice. Sorry. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Kind of tempted to repeat that pattern because I think it's neat. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Actually, Go 1. Ba-ba, ba-ba, ba-ba. Yeah, so that can be exactly that. That's going to be gnarly. Oh, I missed. Dev cheats. Oops, dev cheats again. Woo! Woo! Have a good night, Swifts. Thank you for hanging out, dude. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you very much for always hanging out and being a part of the community, man. It wouldn't be the same without you. For real. Is John done with his movie then? Actually, I should probably end. He was done a while back. I've been testing in SC. I don't know what that means. SC. South Carolina? Are you in South Carolina? I fucked up. How the ice blocks and the phasing blocks interact is really neat. I do like that very much. Oh, Star Citizen. I'm a dummy. They have their test servers up for Star Citizen and are running some events to prepare for IAE. Yeah, IAE. Obviously. Hey, Jester, absolutely. I know that you're probably ping-ponging around on some streams. The Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. Oh, the free... Okay, they got it. Oh, is that what the they're calling the event? The other thing, the way that the phasing blocks interact, I think is just generally pretty interesting. The next one we're going to do is going to... This next leg, I'm going to have the timing blocks with the phasing blocks. So you have to really time it right. And that's going to be super gnarly. Look, there's the old end right there. All right. Go right to go left. Oh, remind me to turn off that debug. Oh, I fucked up. Oh no, we're good. Oh, I gotta turn these off too. Yep. The red one's so gnarly after you hit the yellow one. Oh my gosh. No way. Boy, that might be overtuned. I could probably lower this a little bit. Nope. Oh gosh, that part sucks. That part sucks enough by itself. I don't need to have it get that hard. They've done one every year. It's an Invictus Free Fly as well, which focuses on military spacecraft, i.e., it's more civilian focused. Yeah. Where's my ducky? Oh, jeez, man. Those are unpleasant, especially when they're that itty bitty. I might eventually make those ones into the slightly larger size, because that feels like end game shit. You cannot break the ice by touching it from underneath. I mean, I can make it so you can, but you cannot right now. Very specifically, I've got that set up, so you have to land on top of it in order to break it. You also can't do it from the sides. At least you're not supposed to be able to do it from the sides. The thingy on them is, yeah, so you have to touch this capsule on top of it in order to crack it. Because I was touching this capsule. What, it re-break there? Wait, hold on. Did you see a bug and I didn't realize? Is it too long to clip it? Too far past to clip it? You know, with the dev jump, the one on the right rebroke. I think I zoomed past it, and I brushed up against it from the side. Yeah, I mean that might be a quirk of these ones, and what I could do is change, because right now this is a little bit far. Nope, wrong thing. Can make it more like that. So long as I don't overtune it so that you can stand on it without breaking them. Yeah, you have to. If I get just close enough that I tap it, then it breaks. There we go. But if I go too far to the side, yeah, that's probably better. Might go back and change those. Actually, let's go take a look at that. Cheese some perfect movement to not break it. You could be right. Yeah, this is the same way. Just that much is probably good. Not to make the presumption that people are going to be speedrunning my game, but could happen. I need to create more. I said pixels and Unity. What's cooking? Mike Plouffe. First off, your name's amazing. Mick Plouffe. I said Mike. For goodness. Hold on. It was breaking when you were sliding and falling. So I think, yeah. I've got a 2D platformer ragey game called Upduck. If you want to check out, the last E is silent. Ploof and just Mick. Yeah, sorry. I just read it wrong. But we got 2D platformer ragey game. If you want to check out a build of the Super's on it. If you want to check out a build of the prototype, the first prototype, you can check out !Upduck right there. It's currently on itch. If you want to check it out, would love anybody's feedback, including yours. And then right now I'm working on version 2 of the level because the first one had some problems, for sure. Nice SFX, thank you. I did it in about 10 seconds one night on stream because people were like, why don't you just make duck sounds? And I was like, maybe I will. Thank you for checking it out. That's the first thing that people comment on. Actually, people that know me are usually like, that's you. Yeah, that's me. All right. What do I want this side to have still? I want this side to, again, use the phasing platforms. That's where we're introducing them, is in this level. Nice key catching for the jump. Maybe too slightly long catching. What do you mean by key catching? Do you mean like a jump buffer? That's what you mean, key caching. Yeah, that's what you mean for the jump buffer. Yeah. Yeah, somebody said that at one point said that it could be higher, so I made it higher. I think that it is probably overtuned and could be lower. But that's going to just be like individual feel. It's currently at 0.25 seconds. It was previously at 0.2. Might change it back. So many terms, I know. Key catching makes a lot of sense, but it's not what I have been calling it or had it like terminology that I've used. But I like that more than saying jump buffer. But that's what it is. It's key caching, where it's like it's already hit, so you cache it. Makes sense. All right. It sounds like remembering keys, yeah. Well, and that's what it's doing. It is putting into memory, essentially, that you have hit the button. The general name on it? Not locked, it's just jumping, yeah. I've been doing this for 3 weeks, by the way. As far as terms go, I have a lot to learn. Game dev? Yeah. Well, I mean, this game particularly, but just game dev kind of in general. I spent one weekend where I made a Flappy Bird following a tutorial on YouTube. And then I finished that weekend with putzing with different features that I could add that weren't just in that tutorial. And then I came up with the idea for Upduck. And now we've been working on Upduck. So I'm very, very new at all of this. Also, I'm very new at C# just in general, too. And coding in general, really. I have some knowledge base, but... So how much time in game dev? If you include the last 3 weeks, approximately 200 hours because I can't help myself. I have designed physical card games. That's true, Super. That's true. This is my first doing video games. I've done card game stuff before and board games and things like that. And I've got friends that are very high up in the game dev world. But in a 1 month period, yeah. I've been doing this for a very short period of time. So I'm very proud of the progress that I've already made. But I'm in love. Absolutely in love with it. So Welcome to hell. That's weird. All right. What do I want to have on this side? I'm sort of tempted to just have the same thing on this other side, but I don't want it to be symmetrical. We'll probably end in there. Been on Unity off the last 5 years as a hobbyist, learning programming in general. Lots of fun. Right on. It really was super. I was just like, man, I know I'm going to TwitchCon, but I'm gonna have to stop working on Flippy Duck, which is my Flappy Bird. My Flappy Bird clone. I shouldn't have gone to TwitchCon, just generally. Oh, well. What's this? Okay. It's true. I met a lot of people. Got to hang out with a lot of people, but I don't know if it was worth the money. Wolfie, I'm in some financial shit, so. Props to you for being able to / not having OCD. To make something ugly and clunky for the sake of learning fun, yeah. But like the game itself is also like enjoyable, like you know. I don't think it's ugly. I mean, compared to like other more polished games, you know, like I'm not like trying to make the next Celeste, for example. Compared to that, it ain't pretty. But it's not perfect, and I drop projects and never finish anything. Yeah, I get that, like Mick. Sorry, fuck me. It looks like Mike when I look at it very briefly. And my chat reader is not perfect. Anyway, all right. So what do we want to have here? Maybe we go with the double platform here then. With the revealer platform. Not polished, yeah, final, not perfect, yeah. But I've been learning a lot very, very rapidly. And the community has been awesome, actually. Let's talk about that for a minute. My parents and other main language is Mike, which is wrong. Fair enough. What is your, I guess, proof? You must be French or French speaking? That's my guess. French speaking, yeah. Queries kept the connotation, which is which I feel says quite a bit what the percentage of an unfinished product. Yeah, that's true. Where there's silent letters, usually French. Yeah, we're like PLOUF FE. Bow, 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 bow. Oh my gosh, I missed it. Those are brutal. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so hard against just the blue background. If I had the parallax background on, it would be easier. Probably. Oh, he bounced off the edge of it, I think. There it is. Gosh. Invisible combined with the timed? Yeah, it's definitely going to be something that I'm building up to. Invisible time the combined with the phasing platforms, where like you just have to get that timing. Otherwise, you just get wrecked. All right. Tried to demo some movement, and I see that the moving platform is killing movement. Oh, no, that is a bug in that current version that is now fixed. Yeah. That is, and it's a bug that I'm not even sure how it was popping up, but those moving platforms now no longer are sticky, so to speak. There's some other bugs in that are now resolved as well. Made the moving system myself, yeah. All of the character controller is my own thing. That like was the number one thing that took the most amount of time right away. Is just still struggle a lot with it. It's not great. And it feels good, but there are some under the hood things that I wish were different with it. For sure. Yeah, it's just about fixing and changing those numbers and playing with them and getting it to a good setting. Whoops. Nothing like jumping over the damn thing. Yep, we're good. Also, I have tips for you. Since you have the invisible platform, you can show the labels in the game window. Oh, how? I would be interested in that. Yeah, so like these gray labels or whatever. Gizmo, top right game window. Oh, God. Uh-huh. Where am I looking? Just click Gizmo. Oh. Yep, that's a good tip. Butts. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, quick and dirty to show invisible for sure. Yeah, super. Yeah, no, I'm only going to do that when I'm testing certain aspects of it. Also, I just learned about this. Cool. I do have the static check on static objects. That is new as of today. For what it's worth. That is new as of today. Also today, we had somebody come in and teach me how to make it so that I can have keyboard shortcut to select my player character. I was at it a few hours ago. Yeah. Today, and like not pretty recent. But they're just saying that if it's not moving, have that static be checked. Really make interesting. All right. Where else should we go and do here? We did these. We've already done quite a bit of height compared to the other side. Already did a compound invisible. We've done 2 phasing platforms. Yeah, shortcuts are rad. Haven't done any of these. So maybe have you jump to... It's super modular. Like, as I'm learning more and more about it, it's kind of remarkable how much stuff you can do with it. Let's put it like down there. Jesus. Hey, let's get rid of that while I'm thinking of it. Get out of here, debug. No longer needed. No, super modular. If it gets super serious in Unity, one paid asset to keep an eye on is on discount is the Odin Inspector. Talk to me about what that is. Oh, that'd be interesting, Super, where you just have to, like, get exactly on it. What is Odin? Sure. Oh, Bracky's...
Do you need to create a data structure for the NPCs in your game? Odin Inspector can help with that. Do you need to make it easy for a designer to adjust values without breaking the code? No problem. Do you need to run code at the push of a button? Odin can do that with one extra line of code. Do you have a color scheme for your game? We've got an attribute and an editor for that. If that sounds interesting, let's take a quick look at what Odin Inspector can do for you and your game. Odin Inspector is all about letting you design your game quicker and easier, no matter whether you're a solo hobby developer or working on a large team. Odin Inspector has over 80 attributes that allow you as a Unity programmer to quickly and easily create custom inspectors and custom editors. Grouping in the inspector with attributes like box group, vertical group, and horizontal group can help clean up the visuals and thus the usability of the inspectors. This is particularly useful when a large number of fields need to be set, such as in the creation of data assets. With one easy toggle, you can see the difference in the inspector with Odin on and with Odin off. Tabs are a great tool to further organize inspectors for classes with a large number of fields. They can greatly reduce the overall footprint of the script in the inspector, while at the same time making it more usable. Tabs can be created and added to your inspectors with just one simple attribute. In Unity, it's easy to add a non-monobehavior class to an inspector. As long as the class is serialized, it'll show up and you can edit all of the properties. But monobehaviors, or for that matter anything that inherits from UnityEngine.object, doesn't show up. All you see is a field that references the object. That is, unless you add the Odin attribute inline editor. This will add a collapsible inline editor for the object. This can save time by not having to find the object in the scene and by being able to edit the properties directly in the script's inspector. Now, Odin is more than just about organizing and making your inspectors look better. Odin can also help to speed up and smooth out the design process. Do you need to test whether a function runs and behaves correctly? Maybe you're working on procedural generation and need to test the code and don't want to keep going in and out of play mode. Or maybe you're working on save and load functionality. With the button attribute, you can call a function with the press of a button in or out of play mode. The button attribute will also work if the function requires arguments or parameters. If you give default values in the function, Odin will grab those and use them in the inspector. Pretty clever, pretty handy, and a great way to speed up development. If your project has a defined color scheme, you can use the built-in color palette editor to define color palettes and quickly implement them with a color palette attribute. Combine this with an onValidate function, or more efficiently, with a built-in onValueChanged attribute, and designers can quickly iterate objects such as UI tags through the defined color scheme. To go one step further and show off more of the flexibility of the Odin Inspector, you can also achieve the same effect with the Show in Inspector attribute and using a getter and setter to call the appropriate function. So that's 3 ways to achieve the same result. Use what works best for you and your workflow. Now, we've all been there. We've handed off code to someone else and they've used it in a way that wasn't intended, or they forgot to set a required element. Or maybe you're working on your own and you're revisiting scripts you wrote months or years before. Either way, with Odin Inspector attributes, you can easily leave comments and requirements that can help prevent misuse and ensure that code is properly set up. And this can all be done with the required attribute. Setting attributes to ensure the code is used correctly is one big step in the right direction. But Odin can take it even further with a Project Validator. It's a paid add-on to the Odin Inspector that searches the entire project for potential issues. We'll be devoting a couple of videos to just the Project Validator, so make sure you're subscribed and stay tuned for those videos. You may have some fields that are only used under specific conditions. Rather than
Very big
have them
asset.
shown or enabled
Yeah.
at all times, you can use Odin to control access to those fields. By using show if, hide if, enable if, or disable if, fields can be disabled or even not shown based on the defined conditions. These conditions can come from a simple Boolean value or from more complex functions. Odin is able to evaluate C# expressions and attributes by prefacing them with an @ symbol. For example, in the case shown, the code is checking the state of the Boolean as well as whether the GameObject field is null. If either of these conditions is not met, the field will be disabled. If you want or need to leave a note for your future self or your team's level designer, you can do just that with the info box attribute, which leaves notes right in the inspector. You can also customize the
That's
type
pretty
of
good.
message as information, a warning, or as an error. There are other Odin attributes that can be used to limit or constrain the types of objects that can be added to a field, such as Scene Objects Only or Asset Selector. These attributes allow types or
Yeah, this is
photo
much higher
locations
level
to be
than I
selected.
am
You
currently
can
at,
also
just for
limit the
sure,
field
right?
to children of the object with the attribute Child Game Objects Only. Now, all of these attributes can help streamline the design process, whether you're a solo developer or working on a large team. Odin has nearly 200 user reviews on the Asset Store with an average rating of 5 stars. If you don't want to take my word for it, then check out what your fellow developers have to say about Odin. As for support, the DevDog Discord is active and is a great place to seek help or ask questions if you're on the fence about purchasing the Odin
This is good
Inspector.
VO.
You can find an invite link to the
By
server
the
in
way.
the video description below. So there you go, that's a brief introduction.
Dang. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Even at $55, that feels like it's probably pretty good pricing. I clicked a button, but your website, yeah. And it's a one-time fee. It's pretty good. And then there's an enterprise version. $250 a seat. Yeah, that checks out. There it is. Huh. Yeah, that's fucking rad. I'll keep that in mind. Odin Inspector. All right. Oops. Oh, Jesus. Uh-huh. Hey, Mick. Thank you very much for the bits. I appreciate it. I'll take it. Yeah, I've got a pretty generous community over here. Oops. It's a lot of bits. You're not wrong. We have a very generous community here. They've been super helpful in my game dev journey. Yeah, we did have a Bits game premiere earlier too. So today is particularly bitty. Bum, 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 bum. All right, let's see. So far, I only have one secret built in. It sends you from right here to up here. Yeah, right, Super? I mean, that's kind of how they go already anyway. Let's do more of the phasing platforms. We'll do a smaller size. Now I don't know how to. So that's in view. Or let's just see how it is where it is. Oh Jesus. Please come back. There we go. No. Jeez. Yeah, I like those platforms. Change play mode editor color. Yeah, I've got that. So I've got it so it goes to blue. That's one thing that I learned a little while ago now. Let's see if that's going to be good enough. No, nah, it should be fine. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then we'll have that. Have them be in sequence. So.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep. You pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream until I lost
Now it's just could add a resting spot, like a big platform to feel safe. Yeah, I've got that pretty frequently. So right through the middles, there are frequently like resting platforms, as well as sort of intermittently with the different areas. And we're going to add one probably right around here as well. All right, so this one's gonna have an offset of 1.25, no, 1.125. And this one will have an offset of 2.25. And so then they should appear in sequence. Whoop! Hold on. Those are going on at the same time. I screwed up. I don't know where. Did I just not save that one? 1.125. Try it again. Nope. Nope. Nope again. Oh god. Downhill. Jump. 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 Perfect. Yeah, lots of areas where you get kind of a little breather, as we'd like to say. 123.5. 123.5 minus, what was it, 6.5? There we go. Nice and evenly spaced. Very good. All right. Now we're here. Trying to figure out how we want to get from here to here. Haven't done a timer platform in a minute. I don't want to do a timer platform that has the phasing platforms in with it yet. I want to save that for this next section afterwards. So what else can I add here that would be interesting? What you got, Nick? I just realized that I could have one of the green platforms with one of the bumpers above it. So if you do jump on it and you don't know, you hit it and then just go flying. That would be gross. A quick time platform, like 10 going up, but you need to go fast. And then you drop down from high to go to the next platform. Like a quick time platform, like 10 going up, but then you need to go fast. But you need to go fast. You need to drop down from the high one to go to the next platform. I kind of have that. So we've got a platform. You haven't seen it because we haven't done it yet. Allow me to show you where these show up, and then there's a little ticking sound. You got to run it up there to get to it. Oops. Oh my gosh, Derek. Like a straight line going up? Oh, and then you have to jump from that top one? The problem is that you wouldn't be able to see the next one. Oh my gosh, that one's gone, and I didn't even realize it. Was not paying attention. Let's go back to here right quick. These need to make a sound. Yeah. Those need to make a sound. I don't know what sound a phasing platform makes, but... You could maybe do something like that. You could maybe do something like that. So we'd be right here. Do a timer platform. I do have a Discord. By all means, ! Discord. Yeah, like a whoosh. Whoosh. Something. Alright, we can get rid of the left side and the full and the 1/4, I think. And spread render, turn that on.
It seems we have.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. Actually, let's have that. Approximately good. The 24th century gave us a great phase in, phase out. I feel like that would be too long. But you're right. Now, I could make this a phasing platform, and that would be a little savage. Let's make this a bumper, make it really gnarly. And we'll have to adjust this timing on the platform. Right now it's set to 5 seconds. Let's do it at 3.5. See what that's like. Too much time. Too much time. Also, that first one probably is too high. Yeah, it's just too high. Yep. 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 Bum, 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 bum. 192.3. All right, try that. Seventy-eight point eight. Okay. Should I have on Shift F? Makes you focus on whatever you just clicked on. Gross. I want it to be off screen still. Ooh. Evil laugh. Yep, that'll work. And you could probably get saved from that thing. I don't want to be able to jump on top of it. Yeah, nope, it's got to go higher. No, I can still jump on top of it. Might be it. Yeah, right about there. And that can actually be built into the next section. And we should have ice on this side too. I think we end with the same thing. See what that looks like. Excuse me. Gosh, I was trying to get that jump in. Pardon me. Problem is that I don't want you to. Hold on, can you get that all the way there from here? Very nearly. Whoop, nope. There might be some speedrunning bullshit that you're able to pull off there. Jeez. Yep, that part's hard. Oh gosh, it disappeared just as I was going to land on it. Boy, that's super hard. I might make that first one a half size rather than the quarter size. So that is pretty... Drop your idea, quick and dirty. Let me see it. First off, thank you for taking the time. Oh! I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying now. Where those phasing platforms phase in and out so that you have to jump and then land on the next one. And then land on the next one and land on the next one. That's interesting. For sure. I'm going to save this. That's a good idea. Thank you for making that diagram. Yeah, that diagram makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so they can't like jump around it. For sure. For sure, I'm into that. I think that's a super clever way to go about it. Thank you again for taking the time. All right, try it again. Huh. I guess you can just flap to it. Gosh. No, I don't think it's a bad idea. If it was a bad idea, I'd say so. Well, I wouldn't say that's a bad idea. I'd be like, no, I don't know if I'm going to do that. There you go. Whee! All right. Well, y'all. It's now 1 a.m. and I've been live for like 8 hours. A Kaizo? What's a Kaizo? I've never heard the term Kaizo. Kaizo. Kaizo is a philosophy of game design, specifically platforming games, distinguished by a high degree of strictness placed upon the player's intended actions. Emphasis on precision, which manifests its form in extremely precise character movement, often enforced through subterfuge and purposely hidden traps. Alright, I'm making a Kaizo game. Kaizo is referencing hard and it turned into hurts players psychologically. Then yes, I'm making a Kaizo game. Yeah, so like Super Mario Maker is like Super Kaizo. As Kaizo's popularity first started due to views and playthroughs uploaded to YouTube, it has continued in part through live streaming and community participations on platforms such as Discord and Twitch. Yeah, it's meant to be punishing. It's meant to be punishing and very challenging, for sure. All right. Okay, with that, my friends, let's do a final commit. I'm doing only at Pogo Stuck Icy Tower. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I don't know what Icy Tower is, though. But will I push? I don't know. I'm still a little dodgy on the lingo. It's Icy Tower. Is it like a Flash game? Icy Tower was before those? It's not on Steam. Icy Tower game. Yeah, not familiar with it. Not as punishing, more arcade type. Got it. Holy Christ. Mute. Hi there. Your goal is to reach the top of the tower. If you fall down, you have to restart. Use arrow keys and spacebar to jump. Arrow keys? What year is this? The faster you run, the higher you jump. Turn quickly when hitting a wall to maintain your speed. Oh my god. Yeah, you're super... Oh, you're super slow, but you accelerate. Like, what in the... Okay. Yeah, very much more arcadey, for sure. Interesting. I imagine that eventually this gets... Yep, I've not heard of this game. I might have to play... I might have to do... Oop. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that these were falling behind me. I didn't know that they're falling behind me. Gives me a sense of urgency. I'm trying to hurry up. But your controls suck. I'll have to check that. Like an Ultra HD remake? It could be. I searched Icy Tower and then that's what popped up. Not the OG? Gotcha. Linked to it. Yeah. Oh, you linked it? In Discord? Yes. Oh, okay, a video of it. Let me see. Oh. What in the hell? (2001). Goodness. Okay, so it's a very old. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. This one missed me. I'm sure that this is some nuts speedrun. I'm not going to watch the whole thing right this second, but interesting. Skip to the end? All right, I'll skip to the end. No way. Sweet. Game over. Dang. Yeah, it's definitely in the same vibe for sure. For sure. Yeah, I've been alive for a while. I'm gonna do one small thing, and then just quietly change that to that. I do have a streaming schedule. My music just cut out. Oh, it's because got it. Play, you turd. All right. Anyway. Yeah, I do have a streaming schedule. I'm live. It should be down below somewhere. But we are live Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, with the occasional extra days. And those extra days have been happening more and more as I've been doing more and more game dev. Because instead of just doing it by myself, I go on stream. So thank you very much for hanging out. I can't imagine that anybody is currently on that we know. Hey, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Appreciate you.
Subscriber.
Thank you. What's up? Dance with somebody. Yep, we might just have to send you off into the night. Dance with somebody. Your English is just fine. All right, right on. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate you. We'll be live again on Tuesday. If I don't go live tomorrow for more game dev. But thank you for hanging out, helping out. Super, thank you for making the new Bit Cup, the Hype Train Bit Cup thing. I think that's pretty fun. Thank you. Mick, thank you for hanging out. Wolfie, thank you for hanging out. Anybody else who's still out there lurking or otherwise, thank you for hanging out with us as we're doing some game dev. And it even worked. It worked. First time. Don't forget what? Drink water? Absolutely. I mean, I've had over a liter today so far. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. And I'll see you next time.